Okay, now he's got it. Check 1, 2, check. How are we doing? Yeah, it's kind of...
The July 14th Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Will you please, if you're able, stand and join me in the pledge? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. Corrections or deletions for the meeting today?
There are no corrections or deletions, Chair.
Okay. I have an announcement to make. Because of a time delay of approximately 40 seconds on the cable and online live streams, members of the public wishing to make public comment by phone should call in at the beginning of each agenda item rather than waiting until you hear us asking for public comments near the end of each discussion. If you wait to call in, the comment period may be over. You will be able to listen to the board discussion on the phone, which is not subject to the delay on the live stream online and on TV. For those in the room, please remember to mute your microphones when you are not talking. They will help us avoid the feedbacks and echoes. So thank you. All right, our first item this morning is our consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask for questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent may now raise their concern to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there is reason to remove them. So if you are calling in on the consent, you need to call now. At this point, I would open up public comment on the consent calendar. Okay, seeing none in the room. Do we have any callers?
No callers yet, Chair.
Okay, I'll give it another moment. All right, we good? Okay.
No callers.
All right, I'm going to close public comment on consent. Are there any board members who wish to pull anything from consent?
Just one recusal.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? I would look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Can I make a recusal on item 9, 17, and 20? I own property leased to Bright Futures for Use, so I'm recusing myself from 9, 17, and 20.
Okay, got that. All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
All right, roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right, motion carries. All right. Yeah. Are we good? Okay. All right. At this time, we're going to open for general public comment. So this is for items that are not appearing on the agenda. You have your opportunity to address the board on items that are of interest to the public and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. We encourage you to give your name, but you are not required to, and you will have 3 minutes. Morning.
Good morning, Nevada County Supervisors. Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. MAP is a 39-year-old environmental advocacy nonprofit that has worked tirelessly to protect open space and preserve mountain character and advocate for smart growth in the Truckee Tahoe region. Much of our work has influenced significant acquisitions by the Truckee Donner Land Trust, some of the notable ones on Donner Summit, Martis Valley, as well as critical deer migration habitat in eastern Truckee, known as Canyon Springs. And one pause. Representing an organization, can I have 5 minutes this morning?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so currently, MAP has weighed in on 2 active land use items for Eastern Truckee and District 5, and unfortunately, we've had unsuccessful advocacy results. The first one is the Austin Ridge Event Center. We understand the board approved the permit conditionally for 8 events, but as Supervisor Bullock is aware, Austin Ridge and the owner, Dan Irish, are having many more unpermitted events, whether for charity or not. The spirit of that conditional approval and adherence to the county's mitigation measures is lacking in a non-conformance. More serious enforcement and fines should be considered due to the impact the event center is having on a private gated community, public safety in an area with only 1 ingress-egress, with weekend large bus use in a higher season, and most importantly, the preservation of night sky. MAP and our conservation partners have protected thousands of acres that surround that site. And unfortunately, the excessive use of bright lights, bistro lighting, affects not only the areas we've conserved, but habitat and wildlife species. And of course, the entire Truckee Tahoe region, which is working hard to preserve the night sky through ordinances and codes that prevent lights from shining upward. Austin Ridge lights were so excessive that they resembled their own fireworks on 4th of July during an unpermitted evening for the event center. And I'm just going to pass this to you. That is the event center up there in the view shed of the mountains. Second item is the Tahoe Creek Ranch boundary line adjustment. The county hosted a zoning administrator hearing last week on July 8th, even though MAP notified the planning director and planner that the initial boundary line adjustment notice used an incorrect APN, neither correct nor the legal APN for the land use change. County council advised your staff to continue the hearing, but these small legal proceedings, such as this, are an issue. Even with a lot line adjustment exempt from California planning and zoning law, this boundary line adjustment sets a clear intent to develop the parcels within the interim development reserve, which warrants proper notice to agencies and citizens around Tahoe Creek parcels in Eastern Truckee. Given sensitive habitat, high severity danger, fire danger, lack of roadway infrastructure in the event of a fire. These are serious land use issues when development is not planned nor mitigated, and the impacts of poorly planned growth. I'm bringing these 2 items to your attention today because they are fixable. Austin Ridge can abide by the mitigation measures imposed by the county and only use their lights when they have a permitted event, along with all the other good neighbor measures that have been discussed and put on the record. Additionally, Tahoe Creek Ranch needs to engage the existing community of Martis Peak Estates, Hirschdale, and Glenshire. This entire region, along with mountain area preservation, has been working to enact a conservation vision for habitat and recreation for 4 decades. Allowing piecemeal planning without true planned visioning for the IDR zoning is inadequate and harmful to the county. More planning resources need to be dedicated to this part of the county to support robust planning that includes adequate legal noticing. Many residents submitted comments last week that were not a part of the public record. This is fixable. The county can fix these legal deficiencies. I hope that we have some better action, and I hope that the county can start reaching out to Eastern Truckee for legal noticing on these land use items. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Come on up.
Good morning, Chair Swarthout and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Gil Matthew. I'm the Executive Director of the Economic Resource Council of Nevada County. I'm here in Truckee today to do some research as part of the economic index that the ERC is now publishing on a quarterly basis. And since I was so close, I thought I'd drop by and make a short public comment on the value the ERC is enjoying with its association with the County of Nevada, and particularly with the Community Development Agency, Ms. Trish Tillotson, and the Office of Economic Development, Ms. Kimberly Parker. The ERC has been working more closely with the county in the past several years, and the fruit of this relationship is beginning to be seen. Economic development is a long game, and not for the faint of heart. Steps are often small, but the accumulation of many small steps over an extended period can bring results. We have known for several years that the best economic development is a system of organic growth from within the community. And to this end, the ERC and the county are vigorous in identifying young entrepreneurs, businesses, and assisting them with growth and success. Thus far in 2026, the ERC has assisted 63 companies with more than 183 hours of one-on-one counseling. And I can tell you that I have at least 6 companies right now that are beginning to thrive and have the capacity to employ more than 100 employees in the next year. And in some cases, the ERC and the county together are helping companies as they struggle and perhaps need to pivot. Perhaps as important, but much less recognized action of the ERC is working with startup companies that are not in a position to be successful by virtue of lack of market, a flawed business plan, or other circumstances. And in so doing, we have saved them countless hours of work and wasted dollars. This year marks the 30th year of the ERC has been building the Nevada County economy, and at our annual economic summit on October 29th, we'll be celebrating some of the successes and celebrating over the past 30 years. But we did not do this alone. Along with the community leaders, the SBC, and the backing of the county, we are ready for the next 30 years of partnering and progress. So I wish to thank the Board of Supervisors for trusting the vision of a prosperous economy in Nevada County and supporting its development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gil. Go ahead.
My name's Kathy Hefner, and I will speak to the previous, not just the last speaker, but the one prior to that. I am a homeowner at in the Mars Peak Homeowners as part of the Mars Peak Homeowners Association, I also happen to have a degree in public health, a master's degree, and fairly extensive experience in agriculture, including pesticide management programs, North Carolina State's monitoring of invasive pests, soil quality, pest management, as well as responsible herbicide use. I also showed horses for many years on the East Coast. Okay, so I would like to express a few concerns regarding the proposed horse facility on Martyrs Peak Road. The first issue is biosecurity. Horses bring a big risk of transporting invasive plants and pathogens into California. Horses eat plants from other areas, hold them in their gut, and then deposit them in California in their manure. The tires of trailers pick up the soil from other areas and deposit them in California, as do the horses' hooves. Agricultural areas, like where horses will travel, are particularly high risk of such concerns. These horses will then be ridden in very environmentally sensitive places. Additionally, when returning from Nevada by way of Interstate 80, the exit and natural route to the horse facility will bypass the agriculture inspection station. When headed west on 80 from the Nevada state line, we first encounter the Ferret exit, then the Floriston exit, then Hirschdale, and then the ag station. People returning from Nevada with their horses and trailers will take the exit for horse facility and will never be inspected. The second is fire egress. I love horses. Other people love horses. I think more people should own and appreciate horses. And for that reason, we will evacuate our horses in case of a fire. I think it's around a mile of 14-foot pavement, and please correct me if I'm wrong from someone else, and I will look that up after this and correct if need be. From the gate on Martyrs Peak Road to this proposed horse facility, beyond that is a residential area. It's one way in and one way out. The gate and only exit to our neighborhood will be blocked by horse trailers because they will create a bottleneck at the gate with the residents behind. I have a photo, which I can also submit, of F-250 trying to go through the Martyrs Peak gate. There's only a few feet on each side. The F-250 is one of the most common vehicles that tow horse trailers. There's just not enough space for two of them at a time. So thank you for your consideration. Appreciate it. Kathy Hefner.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any callers, Loriana?
Yes, Chair, we do have one caller.
Okay, let's take the caller.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Diana Gamzon, and I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance, a trade association representing locally licensed cannabis businesses throughout the county. I'm here today regarding the dispensary selection criteria that was removed from today's agenda and continued 3 months until October 14th. The regulated cannabis industry has been a priority for this board since 2016. 3 years ago, the board unanimously chose to pursue a state cannabis retail access grant, beginning the process of establishing a licensed dispensary in unincorporated Nevada County. Since that time, the county has conducted many public meetings and appointed local residents to serve on a dispensary selection committee. The committee has met several times throughout the year and was prepared to present its recommended selection criteria to the board today. All of those meetings were publicly noticed, and a considerable amount of staff time, public resources, and volunteer committee members' time has gone into bringing this process up to this point. There are also prospective applicants who are eager to participate in the process. Landowners and local contractors have been awaiting clear directions so they can determine the next steps. Local cannabis businesses and farms are also waiting to understand how they may participate in, supply, or benefit from the future retail operation. Continued uncertainty has real consequences for people who are making business, property, and investment decisions based on the process that has been established by the county many years ago. This work is also consistent with direction provided at your board's January 2025 workshop, where cannabis and agriculture were identified as areas of economic growth for the county. A dispensary in unincorporated Nevada County would not simply create one new business. It would support an entire local cannabis economic ecosystem that policy from your board has established over the past decade. Nevada County is home to nearly 200 small cannabis businesses, including businesses operating in Grass Valley, Nevada City, Truckee, and the unincorporated areas of Nevada County. A local dispensary will provide an important outlet for locally produced cannabis, create opportunities for local employment, generate tax revenue, and help keep more economic activity within Nevada County and grown from within. It would also improve legal retail access for residents and visitors in the areas of the county that are currently far from a licensed storefront. Expanding access to the regulated market helps support licensed businesses and provides consumers with testable, traceable products. We are disappointed that the process will now experience an additional 3-month postponement, and we respectfully urge the board and county staff to use this time efficiently, establish a clear timeline for completing the additional outreach, and continue to move the process forward without further unnecessary delays. Our local businesses, prospective applicants, property owners,
Thank you. Did you disconnect her? Okay. Thank you for your comments. All right. Is there anybody else in the chambers who wishes to make public comment? Any other callers? Loriana, is that the last one?
There are no other callers, Chair.
Okay, then I'm going to close public comment. Move on to our next item, which now we're going to recess as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Nevada County Sanitation District. Our first item is the consent. Again, all matters on consent are routine and non-controversial. We can, if anybody would like to pull something, let me know. But if not, we will take these under consideration and decide in one vote. Does anybody want to pull anything off consent for the consent calendar? All right. I will open up public comment on the consent. Is there any public comment on the sanitation district? No? Okay, we'll close public comment. And I will look for a motion to approve the consent calendar for the sanitation district.
Move to approve. Second.
Roll call.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right. At this time, I'm going to open up general public comment for the sanitation district. Any general? No? We will close it and close the public comment. No calls on that one? No?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. So at this time, we are going to adjourn as the sanitation district and reconvene again as the Board of Supervisors. And our next item, which I believe is what you're all here for, thank you so much for coming up to Truckee with us today. I'm going to turn this over to District 5 Supervisor Hardy Bullock.
Okay, thank you. Everybody Can you hear me okay? Can't quite get this mic close enough. We're going to want to disconnect something here. Yeah, thank you to everybody who showed up today. Thanks to the public commenters. Thanks to the town of Truckee for allowing us to use the council chambers here and set up and take over town hall here for a moment. Today's recognition of the effort you've put into saving the lives of the people involved in the avalanche is really our goal. It's a tremendous tragedy for our community, and many people regionally have experienced some difficult times related to this accident. And I just wanted to read briefly the names of the victims and then move on to really why we're here, which is to thank the organizations for working together. So from the Blackbird Guides, Andrew, Nicole, and Michael, and the 6 guests, Carrie, Elizabeth, Danielle, Kate, Caroline, and Catherine. So we keep them in our thoughts and our prayers and their family. And with that, I just want to hear from the sheriff and turn over some time to the sheriff to discuss and thank each one of you. I know many organizations came together to meet the needs on a very difficult day under considerably extreme circumstances. Part of the piece that I look at in retrospect is the ability of each one of your organizations to not only recover the people that were unfortunately killed in the avalanche, but also to keep your team and your member organizations and the members of that organization safe, and also keep our community safe. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Sheriff, Shannon Moon, and over to you.
Appreciate it, Supervisor Bullock, Chair Swarthout, members of the board. Thank you for having me. I am Shannon Moon. I am the Sheriff, Coroner, and Public Administrator for the County of Nevada. It's an honor of a lifetime to be the sheriff of my hometown within the organization in which I grew up in. February 17th. Every hour spent in the mountains reflected a promise to never stop searching, to never lose sight of those still waiting, and to bring every loved one home with dignity. February 17th, our initial response. Our first call came in at 11:30 hours in the afternoon. Over 46 personnel from the Nevada County Sheriff's Office, the Nevada County Search and Rescue Team, the Placer County Sheriff's Office, the Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue Team, and the Washoe County Search and Rescue Team responded. Living in Northern California with those 3 organizations, there's not much I don't think this community could not handle with the folks that are in those positions, Nevada County, Placer County, and Washoe County. Pretty incredible teamwork that goes along every single day, not just in the middle of a crisis. Communication was established with the survivors who had recovered 3 deceased persons in an avalanche. Teams of skiers made access to the group using 2 different routes, one from Boreal and one from the top of the mountain. They provided the first team arrived to the survivors at 17:36, so 5:36 in the evening. So several hours it took them to get to the location of where our survivors were. They provided first aid, prepared to escort the survivors out, and located 5 additional deceased on the mountain. So on Wednesday, the next day, on the 18th, clearly Mother Nature had its plan for us that we can't control. Weather and avalanche hazard analysis was determined that it was too unsafe to insert any more personnel. My incident commander at the Sheriff's Office, both Dennis Hack and Dustin Moe, are here today. They took incredible courage to make some of the calls that they made to ensure the safety of all of our responders, knowing that we wanted to get back up on that mountain, and knowing that the command staff was telling them to get up on the top of that mountain. Incredible courage, gentlemen. Teams were on standby for recon flights. However, they were unable to fly due to the weather conditions. Move ahead to Thursday, the 19th. Due to weather, we were unable to use any aircraft. Snowcats were used to improve travel routes for Friday's operation. We knew we had a potential break in the weather on Friday. So on Friday, February 20th, helicopter recon using CareFlight Truckee and CHP, avalanche mitigation completed by PG&E with CHP overhead for observation and as a relay. The avalanche risk was deemed safe enough to insert search and rescue personnel. CHP inserted SAR personnel and were able to locate our 9th decedent, who had been missing, and recovered 5 decedents from the field. Saturday, the 21st, CHP hoisted 1 decedent, but again, due to high winds, they were unable to complete any other hoists. So our friends at the California National Guard and their helicopter were able to hoist the remaining 3 decedents from the field. The last person was recovered at 10:58 a.m. on Saturday, including 42 volunteers that worked that day. Several days later, on February 27th, teams successfully retrieved all remaining personnel that was on the mountain, their equipment, skis, backpacks, items for their families. Pretty incredible event for a small community, and the teams worked incredibly well together in order to successfully recover our decedents and the folks that recovered that were saved on that first day. In loving memory, of course, we have our 3 Blackbird guides, Andrew, Nicole, and Michael. Our 6 guests, Carrie, Lisbeth, Danielle, Kate, Caroline, and Catherine. At the heart of this tragedy, there were 9 individuals who's lost their lives, leaving behind families, friends, and communities forever changed. Let us always honor and remember them. "21 mission partners," pretty incredible. In the face of immense risk and heartbreaking circumstances, first responders demonstrated extraordinary courage, compassion, and resilience, reflecting the very best of public safety during one of our region's most challenging missions in history. 21 partners: the Nevada County Sheriff's Search and Rescue, the Placer County Sheriff's Office, Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue, Washoe County Sheriff's Office, Washoe County Search and Rescue, the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, the California Highway Patrol Air Operations, Care Flight Truckee, a service of REMSA Health, Sierra Avalanche Center, Pacific Gas and Electric, the United States Forest Service, California State Parks, Truckee Fire, Open Snow, Tahoe Donner's Alder Creek Adventure Center, Boreal Mountain Ski Resort, the Truckee Tahoe Airport, the Town of Truckee, the Truckee Police Department, the Truckee Donner Land Trust, and the California National Guard. This mission will be remembered not only for the lives saved, but for the extraordinary compassion, resilience, and unwavering commitment to recover every victim with dignity, honor those that were lost, and bring comfort to families. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Sheriff Moon. So at this time, I'd like to open it up to my colleagues for questions or comments. And I think, Rob, I'll start with you. No? Okay. Sue, any questions, comments?
No comments. Thanks for coming and sharing. I think it's important we remember these folks. And I mean, just to be able to thank the people, many of them that are in this room, that the work that they did is that kind of collaboration. Like you said, we're lucky to live where we live, and we have the folks that have that kind of passion and determination to serve. So I just, as heartbreaking as this is, there's a part of it that just is reassuring that we have that in our background, our sheriff's department, all of them. You go down that list, 21 people communicated together to make this rescue all happen, and that's pretty incredible. That takes a lot of communication, a lot of connections, a lot of wanting to work together. I'm sometimes overwhelming to see how really the work, like you said, it's not just an emergency, it's work that goes on all year round to be prepared for something like this, unfortunately. So I just like to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Heidi?
Yeah, I just would echo Sue's comments. Just thank you so much to everyone who participated in this rescue. I know everyone worked quickly and safely. I just know that's the way you work. But you were able to get the survivors out as quickly as you could, and honor the deceased as best you could as well. An incredible effort of so many people. So grateful that there weren't additional people hurt during the rescue operation, and we're just so lucky to live in this community and have so many great people helping out. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff Moon, for pointing out all the cooperation. It was incredible to me when you called shortly after the avalanche to notify us that had occurred. And what's going through my mind, obviously, is all the resources that are being put into that area. But that day, if you remember, was incredibly impactful from a storm perspective. And that's not unusual for our area, but that day was pretty unique. And a lot of the resources and training, like Sue was saying, have gone on for years. So search and rescue, Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue, Placer County Search and Rescue, all the air crews and rotorcraft support, and everybody have just trained continuously for this day. And then the day comes, and everybody performed absolutely flawlessly. And also not only in the recovery portion, but protecting your own staff and protecting the public who is assisting in the rescue. So just a huge debt of gratitude for the people that sit on this side of the dais for what you put yourself and your staff members into on a daily basis to keep us safe. And then the other piece I'd like to mention is years ago, the Truckee Airport made a community partnership investment in Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue for the Snowcat. And so I was privileged to be a part of that when it occurred. And so I kept thinking in my mind, I think that Snowcat today is finally going to go out on one of probably likely the most meaningful rescues of its career so far. And so indeed, that was a pretty useful implement in that rescue. And so just a thank you to people that are kind of involved in a tertiary manner to the whole entire operation, but have actually made it occur. And then again to companies like PG&E who really aren't in the public service safety business. They're in the utility business, but they came out and showed up in huge force to help us out. So great degree of thank you. And I know that search and rescue is often occurring in District 5 a lot. And so we just thank you for being in East County and protecting those people that end up in the backcountry.
Yeah,
so thanks.
The volunteerism in this field is pretty incredible. To see folks that live and recreate in this community and then give back again, take out the boundary of a county and a state, and you really do see the best of people. And to work alongside them and to have our staff get exposed to that and just recognize that there are truly heroes among us. It's pretty incredible. And the other thank you is to the county staff. We asked the county staff to assist in some risk mitigation, some different things with county council. They came through in the middle of the night. Everybody was working in partnership for the closure of this incident. And again, we love living in this community. This is the choice that a lot of us make, knowing that Mother Nature can do what Mother Nature wants to do, and we don't get to control her. And to work safely, to train, and to be in connection with all the folks that were listed as those 21 mission partners. Just grateful from our sheriff's office that when we ask for help, you guys always come running. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I just also want to thank everybody who was involved. I think for me, one of the most amazing things that I saw being in contact with the sheriff and with the county CEO through this process was everybody that you asked said yes. No one said, no, we can't do that. Everybody said, yes, we're going to figure out a way to make that happen. And I had the opportunity to come up here on the final day after the last person was recovered off the mountain, and I saw the exhaustion in the faces of all of you who were here for such a long time, but you showed up every day on probably very little sleep and probably not a lot of food and all the things that you need to keep going when you're doing this. But people were here and they were eagerly doing their jobs, and we really appreciate that. The work hasn't stopped. I'm watching the social media and the media in Nevada County to see how many times search and rescue has already been out this year at the rivers and people recreating in Nevada County. So thank you for the work that you do, not just on these events, but 24/7, 365. It's when there's an issue, you get the call and you guys all show up. So thank you so much for everything that you've done for this community and on this particular situation. So with that, I will open it up for public comment. And if there's any of the other agency heads who would like to speak, this is your opportunity, or anybody in the public who would like to make a comment on this. Don't be shy.
Dennis? I'm kidding.
No? Okay. Are there any phone calls?
There are no phone calls, Chair.
All right. Sure? Nobody? Okay, came all the way up here. All right. Well, with that, I will close the public comment, and I would call for a motion and a second to accept the presentation. Oh, yes. Now would be the opportunity. It's because we have a resolution for you, and then after we finish the vote on this, we're going to take a little break because I think we want to do some pictures.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This certificate is in recognition honoring the Castle Peak avalanche search and rescue efforts. The Nevada County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing and thanking all the agencies and individuals who played a role in the search and rescue efforts following the February 26th avalanche, which occurred near Frog Lake and Castle Peak. The coordinated response effort demonstrates the strength of our collective mission to serve our communities during times of crisis, and we commend you for your resilience, professionalism, and partnership during this critical incident. On February 17, 2026, an avalanche occurred in the Castle Peak area in eastern Nevada County. A group of backcountry skiers and their guides were caught in the incident, and crews were immediately dispatched to the area. Under the leadership of the Nevada County Sheriff's Office, a coordinated and collaborative response mission was launched. Numerous partner agencies and individuals came together to analyze conditions and develop a plan, which emphasized the urgency of the response while also prioritizing the safety of all personnel involved. Given the ongoing strength of the blizzard, including high winds, risk of additional avalanches, and whiteout conditions, the mission required a coordinated and thoughtful approach to ensure all those involved remain safe. The mission response team included Nevada County Sheriff's Search and Rescue, Placer County Sheriff's Office, Tahoe Nordic Search and Rescue, Washoe County Sheriff's Office, Washoe County Search and Rescue, California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, California Highway Patrol Air Operations, Air Flight Truckee, a service of Remsa Health, Sierra Avalanche Center, Pacific Gas and Electric, United States Forest Service, California State Parks, Truckee Fire Protection District, Open Snow, Tahoe Donners, Alder Creek Adventure Center, Boreal Mountain Ski Resort, Truckee Tahoe Airport, Town of Truckee, Office of Emergency Services, Truckee Police Department, Truckee Donner Land Trust, and the California National Guard. Through teamwork, resilience, and unwavering commitment to public service, each of you exemplified the highest standards of emergency response and interagency cooperation. Therefore, with the utmost gratitude, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors is honored to recognize and thank you for your outstanding service in the Castle Peak Avalanche Search and Rescue Mission.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right, motion carries. Great. Well, thank you all very, very much, and thank you for being here today. We are going to take a break, and we'd love to get some pictures for whoever would like to be in them. I think our staff is going to direct us in that way. So, round of applause for everybody that's here. To order. Our next item is Emergency Services Director Alex Keeble-Toll. A resolution approving the 2026 Truckee Fuel Break Good Neighbor Agreement between the USDA Forest Service, Tahoe National Forest Service, and the Nevada County Office of Emergency Services. Alex.
Alrighty. Good morning, Chair Swarthout and members of the board. I'm Alex Keeble-Toll, your Director of Emergency Services. 2 years ago, at the July Board of Supervisors meeting in Truckee, OES brought forward the first ever Good Neighbor Agreement with Tahoe National Forest. And today we're back with our third GNA. In Nevada County, 197,000 of our 612,000 acres are Tahoe National Forest. And for many areas of the county, the wildfire threat comes from our federal land. This makes partnership with the Tahoe a key component of long-term wildfire resilience. The GNA we're bringing today is especially indicative of collaborative will to work together to mitigate wildfire risk, as it includes partnership with not just Tahoe National Forest, but Truckee Fire Protection District, and the work will take place on non-federal land, maximizing the benefit of work that has already taken place on federal land. Joining me this morning is Alex Garrett, who is our OES Forestry Project Manager and a registered professional forester. He has been spearheading our GNA work, and I'm going to hand it over to Alex to share more about this GNA.
Thank you, Alex. Good morning, board. Chair Swarthout. My name is Alex Garrett, and I am proud to bring to you this presentation on Good Neighbor Authority Agreements. Before I dive in on these, I just want to remind you that OES depends on our partnerships and agreements to deliver meaningful and impactful wildfire mitigation and evacuation outcome improvement projects across Nevada County for not only our citizens, but also our visitors. One of these agreements is called a Good Neighbor Authority Agreement. So I'm going to take a moment to briefly review what these Good Neighbor Authority Agreements are to put them into context. So first and foremost, what is a GNA? GNAs permit local, state, or tribal entities to enter into legal agreements with federal partners, in this case between OES and the Tahoe National Forest. Secondly, GNAs allow these partnerships to conduct wildfire hazard mitigation and forest health and watershed improvement projects at a landscape level, thereby increasing the pace and scale of protection and restoration across our county. And finally, the combination of this legal authority and the ability to implement at the landscape scale on federal land unlocks a unique access to a wider breadth and typically deeper pools of grant funding opportunities. So how have these agreements translated into action? Well, first we had the 2024 Good Neighbor Authority Agreement in East County, and this was a collaboration to complete roadside hazardous fuels reduction, and it was a collaborative funding model between OES, the Tahoe National Forest, and the Truckee Meadows Water Authority, who is based in the state of Nevada. What we achieved was securing $301,000. $200,000 came from the Truckee Meadows Water Authority, $100,000 came from OES, and that doesn't include the in-kind services provided by the Tahoe National Forest. Together, we co-identified a project site near the Sage Hen Creek and Stampede Reservoir that coincided with an area designated as a priority project area by our 2025 Community Wildfire Protection Plan. As such, 110 acres of roadside treatment was performed using local contractors. But most importantly, this agreement strengthened a working partnership between OES and the Tahoe National Forest. All right, so naturally, the success of that GNA segued into a second Good Neighbor Authority Agreement, this time in West County. We called this the Roadside Collaborative Wildfire Risk Reduction Project. And again, we collaborated with the Tahoe National Forest to do roadside hazardous fuels reduction projects. This time, we secured $1.74 million in funding from the Tahoe National Forest, not including $230,000 from the U.S. Forest Service as in-kind. Similar to the 2024 GNA, we confirmed that the project area was determined to be a high priority project area by our CWPP, and it resulted in about 364 acres of roadside treatment utilizing local contractors. This demonstrated an increased capacity of OES and the Tahoe National Forest's partnership. It was a 5-fold increase in the project budget and a 3-fold increase in the geographic footprint when compared to the 2024 GNA. As you can see by these photos here, these are segments of road near the San Juan Ridge in Districts 4 and 5 where the vegetation was cut and piled and will be burned by the Tahoe National Forest's fuels crew and the Nature Conservancy later this year. So with that context aside, I'm pleased to bring you the new 2026 Truckee Good Neighbor Authority Agreement. This agreement is going to expand OES's authority to leverage our partnerships with the Tahoe National Forest and now including the Truckee Fire Protection District to improve evacuation outcomes in Truckee. The Fire Protection District has been named the primary project implementer and will work under OES's authority to complete the Jackass to Deerfield fuel break project. One important note here is as a departure from previous GNAs, this agreement brings over $600,000 of federal funding, and it places that money on non-federal land. Adding to that budget, the Truckee Fire Protection District is contributing nearly $350,000 of funding from Measure T tax initiative to this project. So what's this project going to look like? Approximately 300 acres of private land has been identified as a priority for treatment by Truckee Fire Protection District, CWPP. Some of that land is held by the Land Trust. And this project site is bordered by Deerfield Park Commerce Area and high-density residential areas to the north. Whoops. There we go. And the Tahoe National Forest directly to the south. Proposed activities for this project are going to fall under the normal lot of hazardous fuels reduction programming and is going to include mechanical thinning, biomass utilization, mastication, limbing, and chipping. So essentially, they're going to target fuels, ladder fuels, and generally trees that are 16 inches in diameter and less. Finally, the Truckee Fire Protection District is going to permit this project under a CAL FIRE forest resilience exemption to satisfy all environmental compliance requirements. All right, so anticipated outcomes. This project will address critical evacuation needs along Highway 89 and in the Coldstream, Deerfield, and Truckee crossroads. This project is an expansion of the Cabin Creek Fuels project that was undertaken by the Tahoe National Forest and signifies a furtherance of fuel reduction goals along Highway 89. Most importantly, this is a continued and sustained collaboration between Nevada County OES, the Tahoe National Forest, and the Truckee Fire Protection District. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to Alex Keeble-Toll.
Thank you, Alex. And so our recommendation for this project is that you approve the resolution for the 2026 Truckee Fuel Break Good Neighbor Agreement between U.S. Forest Service and County of Nevada in the amount of $604,750 with $345,000 in match from Truckee Fire Protection District. This project allows us to work through December 30th, 2035. And we're requesting that you authorize the Director of Emergency Services to execute the agreement, all additional documents, and direct the Auditor Controller to amend our current fiscal year's budget. And with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, Alex. And Alex, appreciate the presentation. All right, at this point, I would ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. I'll start with Hardy.
Yeah, thank you. Exciting to see. And we just thank the Forest Service for your contribution toward the local treatment areas, and the Good Neighbor agreements so far have been very successful. I've seen the piles and on the western slope on the projects we've done over there. Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity to partner with Truckee Fire also on Measure T use. Interesting, the map, I don't know if you can put it back up there, but the map is actually behind our navigation center. It's also behind the Coldstream Commons and behind the new Coldstream neighborhood that's being constructed. There's also a, can't really see it, but right in the most narrow part of that project area by the dotted line, there's a huge Truckee River watershed project going on. It's a stream course stabilization and remediation that starts all the way up at the ponds and then goes down through there. So it's an area of a lot of activity, and I think it's going to be a great addition to the work that's going on in that community. So thank you to OES for working to bring those grant monies forward. And thanks to the Forest Service for being a great partner on it. And we appreciate it. Just a couple quick questions. I always see piles that languish on for years out there. Is pile burning a thing, and do we get the piles burned pretty quickly? Or
Yes, pile burning is the thing, and we get them burned.
And you get them all done? Okay.
Jonathan, do you want to add? I mean, typically we have to wait for the appropriate window, but I would say the benefit of us working together is that we're able to do that initial work, and then Forest Service can come in and follow up with that burning.
Yes, hi. For the record, Jonathan Cook-Fisher. I'm the district ranger here in Truckee. To answer your question specifically, it takes between 2 and 3 years for us to burn piles because they just need to get to a certain dryness factor.
Oh, okay.
And generally speaking, we put plastic or some type of protectant on the piles to help and dry it out and protect it from moisture.
Ignition.
And then since I have the mic, I will just say that I think this Good Neighbor Agreement is it's truly setting a mark for other counties, the way that we work together in Nevada County, not just on our shared guests, but on our shared landscapes. The presentation on the avalanche is just another indication that between state, county, feds, local government, we work seamlessly in this county like few places. So I want to thank you guys and your staff for your endless support. You're making the work not just possible, but it's happening quicker and more efficiently because of the efforts of your staff. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Just one more quick question. Appreciate the pile technical piece of that. Is broadcast burning? I was talking to our previous fire chief, Estes, about broadcast burning, and it's kind of, is it still being used as a post-treatment type of application? And the reason I ask is, like, I know we talked about Ponderosa in Sue's district and others, like really high expense areas per acre on the post-treatment. Are we still pursuing that?
We do. Almost any time we complete our environmental analysis through NEPA, we conclude that analysis with some disclosures on our intent is to introduce prescribed fire into almost all treatment units. The complexity is really around having the right staff at the right time of year with the right conditions to pull it off.
Yeah.
And we're pursuing new agreements, Good Neighbor agreements with CAL FIRE, always looking for some partner support and opportunities to do that. But prescribed fire, absolutely, we need to continue to ramp that up.
And one final question, I'll let you go. I know in South Lake there's been a continuing controversy surrounding the use of herbicide. I don't have a judgment on it from this seat, but is that still open question for the Tahoe in the Truckee River Ranger District?
Yeah, herbicide, I mean, certainly South Lake Tahoe, the question has been elevated nationally. Herbicide is, let me answer it in two parts. First, internally, when we consider whether herbicide should be part of an analysis, it's honestly almost like a worst case scenario. We would prefer to manage our forests through mechanized treatment, through normal timber sales, and then prescribed fire. But we're also looking at the reality that we can't re-enter the same piece of ground with the amount of resources and funding available on a frequency that is necessary. When we do apply herbicide, if and when, it's always targeted. It's around providing a specific benefit, such as reducing vegetation encroachment into newly forested trees. It's about providing some direct protection to communities. That's where we have focused our energy. It is certainly not on aerial spraying. It's not on large-scale spraying. This district, the Truckee Ranger District, you go back into the 60s and 70s, the terracing you see out by Stampede Reservoir, if you look out, you'll see terracing. They were doing aerial spraying. Those practices have long gone away here. Where it is applied, it is very targeted for specific reasons. But again, going back to your prescribed fire comment, absolutely, we would prefer to manage these landscapes through prescribed fire. It's cheaper, it's in keeping with our natural processes, but without those windows, without those crews, it will continue to be discussed, herbicide, as a tool and as a potential that would be part of a NEPA document.
Thank you.
Okay.
Heidi?
Yeah, thanks. Those are some of my questions as well. I just want to comment also on the fact that it took so long to get good neighbor agreement started. I remember talking, Craig, you and I talking years ago about trying to get that going. So I'm really thrilled to hear that we're in our third one. And I will echo what you said. I talked to my colleagues in other counties. I often mention that we have these agreements and they're like, how? What did you how does that work? What did you do? So I do think it's become a model and we should do whatever we need to help people understand that this could be helpful for them in other counties as well. My only question was about the ongoing maintenance. So you covered that partly, I think, talking about the herbicides, but I think we realized after that first one that we need to talk about whether, even though we can't guarantee funding, but hopefully we're talking about in the agreements, who is going to be responsible for the ongoing maintenance so that we're ensuring there will be some and not, wasting our money, really. So if you could address that.
The agreements aren't set up such that Nevada County's on the hook, right? So it's not like there's a penalty or an expectation that Nevada County now owns this piece of ground for the purposes of maintenance. Would we welcome that maintenance? Absolutely. But that ongoing partnership, the recognition that we have to re-enter every 3 and 5 and 7 years, yes. But it's not set up that there's a hard requirement to do so. We recognize, I think the same as you recognize as us, is that funding changes, priorities can change, opportunities change, staffing changes, and that's what's great about Good Neighbor. We're not locking each other into some penalty phase where we're pointing fingers at each other. This is really about opportunities when we have them to work collaboratively.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't looking at an enforcement mechanism, more just that there's a discussion about it as you do these. So they should remain high priority to maintain them so we don't have to go back and do it again completely at some point. Right?
And I'll just mention that's the trade-off. So the herbicide discussion hasn't really reached a fever pitch here in Truckee, mostly because we have not had a Caldor fire in which we've needed to reseed 13,000 acres of high severity fire with trees. Otherwise, it will turn into a brush field. It hasn't happened. Knock on wood, it won't. That's where herbicide becomes this question that we as a community need to talk through if it ever comes. Because herbicide does buy you 10 years of not having to go back in. What are the trade-offs with that? What are the impacts from it? I don't have the answers today because it's often so site-specific, but that's kind of where that tool, we need to talk through the pros and cons of it. So it's either you can do the mastication once, recognizing you need to go in 3 years, or you can spray it on a limited basis adjacent to roads. Maybe you've bought yourself 10 years of suppression advantage. These are the trade-offs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sue, any questions, comments?
Well, not really comment. You hit some really good points on that. I think those are the challenges with maintenance. I mean, we're seeing that right now. There's a fire in Loyalton that's burning over the burnover right from the last fire. That's all brush. So we do see there's an issue. We do know that we have to look at how we're going to manage these after they're done. And you guys are working at that. I love that we're doing this in cooperation. I think there's some great work still to be done and to continue doing. I was like, I hope we don't have to take till 2035 to get the project done. That was kind of a big number at the end of that MOU. I was like, well, maybe with that there we can find some different funding to stick in there on top of that. But again, really excited about this work. This is, I mean, when you see the map, you can tell how important that piece of property is and what kind of a difference that's going to make. And I love that we are working a lot with local folks to come and do some of the work that we're doing. And just curious whether some of that would even the biomass stuff that's going, is that you guys send that off, or will that be going to App and Glow? How would that work? Was that get incorporated into some of the economics that are going on here?
Yeah, so the biomass to piece, I mean, it depends specifically on the project. If we're talking specifically about this project, I guess I would ask Dylan Sheedy to speak to Truckee Fire's plans for addressing biomass. It really is very project specific what we do with it.
Yeah, no, great. Thank you for this. It's interesting. Just, I love to see you have to be diverse trying to figure out how to get rid of all the stuff in the forest, right?
Yeah, for sure. Good morning. My name's Dylan Sheedy. I'm a registered professional forester for the Truckee Fire Protection District. I was going to give a public comment. I'll just start it now. I do want to commend your staff and Nevada County OES and the Forest Service and Jonathan Cook Fisher's staff for making this a possibility. I think in this world we talk about interagency coordination and collaboration from local, county, state, and federal governments, and this is playing out here locally, and it's fantastic. It's really how we get the most work done as quick as possible and to the best benefit of our communities. So this project's very critical for us. It ties into a lot of the great work that the Forest Service has recently completed over the last 2 years and brings that fuel break all the way into town, which is the ultimate goal. I would say our goal here is to have this project completed by next year. We're going to start working on it pretty hard here this fall and hopefully have a contract out to get this work done in 2027. In terms of biomass utilization, this will be permitted as a commercial project, so we will be able to sell the wood products. Now, the timber markets and other things are not in a good spot in the state, and we do not have great infrastructure to handle a lot of that. So it is kind of a question mark on if the place or if the wood has a home to go to eventually. But we have had success with our contractors on utilizing contracts with Honeyleaf Biomass Energy in Susanville area, and also selling logs to SPI Quincy and Lincoln as well. So we expect that the biomass will be utilized in either log form or chip form. Of course, there's quite a bit of non-merchantable material that comes out of these projects because we're typically going after smaller trees that don't have any value. And that's when we try to utilize those chip markets or redistribute some of the fuel to a reasonable level. But we're very excited for this project. We appreciate your support, and thank you again to Forest Service and County OES staff on making this happen, and we're excited to get it going.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So I don't have any comments or questions either. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to address a couple of things that came up. First, the reason why the timelines for these GNAs are so long, 10 years, is we're trying to build in the space for additional opportunities if we're able to generate funding or identify funding to do more work, which would be brought back to the board as an additional project amended into these GNAs. So that's just like broad scale context for the GNAs themselves. And then the other piece in terms of maintenance, because it was referenced briefly around merchantable timber, one of our hopes is if we are able with future GNAs to generate revenue through merchantable timber or wood chips or other wood byproducts, those funds could be reinvested to sustain the maintenance of these projects. So that is part of the longer term vision for our partnership with Tahoe National Forest.
Great, thank you. Okay, at this time I'd like to open up for public comment. Is there anybody in the chambers who'd like to comment on this item? No? Are there any calls? Phone calls? No?
No calls.
Okay. Seeing no public comment in the chambers, I will close public comment and bring it back for additional comments or a motion from the board.
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right. And we would love to get a picture with the Forest Service and the Fire Protection District and our staff. Everybody's inclined.
Is a picture done. We're here doing things. Mm-hmm. We're doing better on time. I don't.
Our next item is a presentation on the East County Visioning Project. I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Bullock, and then I'll introduce Mandy.
Yeah, thank you. Mandy's going to give you a presentation on this, but I'll open it up by just expressing my appreciation of the board for support of this project. This came up at our strategic workshop in January of 2026, I think, initially, although we've been talking about it for quite some time. I think it also confluences with another project, which I'll probably screw it up, but Craig will raise his hand. But there's a space planning and utilization project for the county underway where we're measuring and trying to understand our total footprint needs, both from an office perspective, but also a service provision perspective. Mandy's going to focus on our kind of anchor presence in Truckee, which is our Lavon campus, which is a big footprint right in the middle of Donner Pass Road. It's been there, it's kind of a legacy installation. It's been there since before the town is incorporated. So we've had a lot of long-term presence in that area. And it's my opinion that over the course of time, the needs of community members in every part of our county changes and grows, and the county should grow and change with that. So just really trying to understand the needs of what the community may want from a service perspective, and then trying to work in reverse for what sort of footprint facility-wise can meet that service provision need. No actions coming out of this project. There's no entitlements. There's no changes that are going to happen in the near future for that area. The town's got their GP 2040 that they've gone to great lengths to kind of understand where certain types of zoning and certain types of improvements, both for the government but also for the private sector and the hospital, are appropriate for our community. So I think this is just the start of a listening session, essentially speaking, of trying to understand what does the county, what's being asked of the county in East County, what sort of services are needed, and then what sort of staffing and footprint do we need. I think the last count, I'm going to screw this up, but maybe 40. We have maybe 40 staff members that work in East County or so. And then we have another 25 or something that commutes every day. But just trying to understand what do we need to do here in East County, and how will that campus integrate into the community, and what do our community members need from Nevada County, and how can we support our partners like the town, Placer County, the fire department, the airport, the hospital, in serving these needs. So Andy's got it all lined out, and she's going to get it all done super quick. Over to you.
No pressure. No pressure. Thank you. Thank you for that great introduction. Can you guys hear me okay? Awesome. So Chair Swarthout, members of the board, my name is Mandy Stewart. I'm a senior management analyst with the County Executive Office, and also support the Board of Supervisors. As shared by Supervisor Bullock, I'm here today to present an update on the East County Visioning Project, which is a project, as Supervisor Bullock mentioned, that came forward during your annual workshop in January. So during our brief presentation today, we're going to review our existing footprint in East County, including our physical parcels and buildings, as well as our current service delivery profile. We will then review the planned visioning process, including our desired outcomes and next steps. So on the slide in front of you, you will see a map of the county-owned parcels in Truckee. The parcels in the center of your screen that are housed in red boxes are the ones which are developed and house the majority of our county services. We're going to continue to zoom in on these parcels. So the slide is zoomed in, showing what we call the Nevada County Government Center, located here in Truckee. It is located in a centralized location along Donner Pass Road in a commercial corridor of the town. As we continue to zoom in on these parcels, you will see that the parcel located closest to Donner Pass Road houses both the sheriff's substation and the current Truckee Library. Within those two buildings, there are several service provisions delivered by Nevada County. They're home to our traditional Nevada County Sheriff Services. They house a booking and temporary holding cell, which also serves arrestees from Placer and Sierra County.
And it includes the library operations, which includes access to digital collections, traditional collections, children's programming, resources to support workforce development, such as access to computer workstations and public Wi-Fi. Just to the south of that parcel is the parcel which houses what we call the Joseph Center. And within the Joseph Center, there are also several Nevada County services provided, including social services, behavioral health, public health, child support and protection, probation, public defender. And in addition, that building is home to our county district attorney office, as well as the Nevada County courts. So with this East County visioning process, we seek to source input and feedback on these facilities and services outlined to help us understand the future needs for East County. With planned targeted meetings, we'll be asking the following questions. Are the existing services offered meeting the needs of East County residents? What are the gaps in the current portfolio of services available? Are there unmet service needs in Eastern County that you think Nevada County would be best suited to deliver? Do you see the needs of this community changing over the coming years? Do our existing facilities support the successful delivery of services to East County residents? Are there structural deficiencies which impact the delivery of services? And what opportunities do you see to improve how we deliver our services to members of this community, including our partner agencies? Whoops, didn't mean to go that. Sorry. To best answer these questions, we have designed an outreach program which aims to connect with all our interested stakeholders. We will connect with our agency partners via 1-hour workshops that are going to be in partnership with our consultants. To connect with the broader public, we will host a 1-hour community workshop that will also be in partnership with our consultants. We are scheduling 2 workshops for East County staff that will be led internally. We will also target current users of our services via a survey, which will be offered both digitally and on paper, and will be offered in both English and Spanish. The survey will also be pushed out via multiple channels and available to all members of our community. Next steps. So in June, as mentioned by Supervisor Bullock, you approved a contract with CBRE for a countywide space planning and facilities optimization effort, which will produce a 25-year facilities roadmap for Nevada County. The outcomes from the East County visioning process are intended to be shared with the broader space planning efforts so that the community input is incorporated into that larger facilities roadmap. And with that, I will turn it back over to the board.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Heidi, do you have any questions?
Yeah, sounds really exciting. I'm just curious. I'm assuming you're working with the town of Truckee as well, because it's all gonna, right?
So the town will be part of our targeted stakeholder, agency targeted stakeholder meetings. And then through conversations following the work with our consultants, we'll have conversations further down the road once we understand what our community is desiring. Our goal is to keep this kind of a broad, we don't want to frame the input we hear. We want to keep it open, hear what the public has to say, hear what our agency partners have to say, and then we can start to distill it down into meaningful next steps.
Sounds great.
Hardy, any additional questions, comments?
No, not really. I think supervisors and elected officials on town council and others have a pretty good pulse of what community members are asking about. I mean, we hear that all the time, right? That's our job. So I think bringing forward all those voices in the process through conversation, touching base with town council and all the different stakeholders. We're setting up meetings. I think those meetings are essentially the official portion of the project voice. In my opinion, those relationships, like with the town, are persistent and present, and we have those connections. So I want people to come to our office, and I would just say publicly, I'm going to put it out there that anybody far and wide that has an opinion or even a notional opinion of what they think may need to occur in Eastern County to meet the needs of our community moving forward, please bring them forward to me so I can reflect those in this process. Because without that voice, we're making assumptions for everybody, but the specific stakeholder meetings for those organizations are what's going to happen. Additional public outreach. And then again, absolutely no action is being taken. It's basically just an understanding. And after the information is synthesized, I look forward to publishing it. That's not part of the roadmap we showed, but there's going to be a publication of that information, kind of letting people know, letting our partners know, hey, here's what we heard. Does this resonate with you? Does this make sense with you? How does it fit with your organization? There's other strategic plans happening in East County right now that are going to come up, and hopefully we can contribute to those as well. But I just really appreciate staff and the board's support of this East County project.
Great. Thank you. Rob, any questions? No? Sue? No? Okay. So I think I appreciate the timeliness of this, rolling it into our space study so that we're doing this cumulatively throughout the whole county versus piecemealing it in afterwards. And in going through the process, it's very apparent that there's going to be some opportunities up here, with that where we're housing the library currently, that's going to be available space. So I really like the opportunity that we're looking at this all as one. Gives me some inspiration maybe to go back to my district, because I have a lot of county facilities in my district, and maybe do some stakeholder meetings as well. So thanks for the inspiration of that. I don't always think about it, but it is a good idea to bring the community in when you're talking about facilities. The last thing you want to have happen is all of a sudden there's a project on that facility and no one knew anything about it, and the public outcry is incredible. So I'm glad that we're kind of doing this in anticipation of some changes. So with that, I will open it up for public comment if there's anybody who would like to speak. I see the city manager, maybe, no? Okay. Any members of the public? Any calls?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. Yes.
One of the things, and I'll put it out in this meeting, we really need East County, everybody's help, but particularly in East County, understanding how to communicate. And advertise isn't the right word, but just try to let people understand the process and understand that it's happening, because a lot of times people may feel disconnected from county government in certain areas. So unincorporated areas tend to be more focused on county government because we handle their sanitations, all those different services. But on East County has all these special districts, and also the town playing a very present role in people's lives. Please help us communicate properly so we understand that we are reaching people. They understand about the questions we're asking, and also how they can provide their feedback. So just putting it out there, if anybody, including our internal staff, have conversations in East County, please convey, we want your input.
Okay, thanks. All right. And seeing no public comment, I'm going to close public comment. And I would ask for a motion to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right. Thank you. So right now we are just going to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back. Going to reconvene the meeting for our final item before we break for lunch. So Supervisor Bullock is going to introduce this item as well.
I'm just looking forward to welcoming the town. We play a role together. I think what comes to mind is some of these like really anchor type projects that we've had in East County. So the library, navigation center. During COVID, we had this opportunity to kind of get to know each other more through public health, community health. We do stuff with environmental health, roadside vendor work. We do a lot on law enforcement, search and rescue. Supervisor Hall and I are about ready to head back to NACO with 3,058 counties across the nation. And in rural America, which is kind of the bulk of America, we need to band together as government organizations to compact how we help people, because without that, I think the average person just doesn't quite understand how government works. And I know we take it for granted because we understand how it all stacks together. But the average person is like, I don't really know what government does except when I need them, and then you really need them. So I'm really happy that you're here to provide your vision and your future so that we can tie together more closely and work together to serve the people of East County.
Great. Thank you for having us. My name is Jen Calloway. I'm the town manager here in Truckee, and Mayor Klofstad is joining me. So we're going to tag team on the presentation this afternoon. And I think the theme really seems to be around partnership and collaboration for your meeting here today. And it truly is how we have to operate up here with so many special districts, Supervisor Bullock, as you were pointing out, and jurisdictional boundaries. So as we were putting together the presentation and thinking about what to present, we've recently submitted our first draft of the housing element to HCD for their review. And in doing that, we learned a lot of information about the demographics of our community and the changing demographics of the community. So I thought that would be really interesting for you to see and understand not only what's happening up here, but what's happening down just Nevada County as a whole. So just a quick recap, we were assigned 1,500 units for our arena numbers, and that's about 104% increase from the 2019 to 2027 housing element. So we have been working through that and understanding that our population trends have changed, and this is helping to inform not only the housing element and our zoning, but also we're thinking about this in terms of our housing programs and our transportation needs and who we're serving in the community. And you'll see this has Nevada County and Placer County information as well, which is why we thought it would be useful. But overall, our population in the last 5 years has remained relatively steady, but since 2015, town of Truckee population has increased by about 882 people, 0.5%. Nevada County population has increased, and then a really substantial increase in population in Placer County. And of course, with them being so closely next door to us here at the town, we have to work really closely with Nevada County and Placer County in all of our projects. Next, in terms of our demographics by age and population, we're noticing a pretty significant increase in our senior population. Retirement age is 55 to 64, and then our senior citizens, 65 years plus. Those were the most substantial increases in population for the town. And again, we think about that in terms of housing needs and transportation needs and mobility needs that we'll be planning for that. We're also seeing a decline in our primary working age demographics with the population. Probably a lot goes into that. Maybe most notably is housing availability and affordability. So we're keeping that in mind. And then the bottom chart is more about our race and ethnicity composition in the town. We've been putting a lot of effort and time into our inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility programming here. But we will note from 2013 to 2023, we've seen a decline in our Hispanic and Latino population, but we've also seen an increase in our Asian population. So thinking through what kind of language services and language access to provide, that's helpful information for us. In terms of employment by industry, we're seeing a pretty significant increase in employment in the manufacturing industry, professional industry, and other services except for public administration. Coupled with that or layered on that is a decline in healthcare, educational services, public administration, and fire insurance and real estate. This is a chart that shows kind of the distribution of our population, 65 years and older. This is really helpful for us when we think about transportation and mobility. You can see the largest grouping of our senior population is in the Pine Forest, Prosser Heights, Alder Hill communities. So when we think about mobility for those community members, understanding that is helpful for us. Also, just income, median income levels. From 2013 to 2023, our senior population income has increased, as well as, no surprise, our total population from 66,000 to about 126,000 a year. Another kind of interesting just data point that we've been gleaning a lot of information from, this is median household income. This is for all of the town, regardless of income levels. However, it's broken out by owner-occupied households and renter-occupied households. And you can see where the various income distributions are tending to spread into the community. For our housing by inventory type, we are seeing a decent increase for us in multifamily housing. And then the most occupied by tenure is owner-occupied, which is not surprising, but a pretty substantial increase of about 1,000 units between the 10-year period, 10-year periods. For our background on rental costs, you can see rents here are really high. We know that. That's why we are investing a lot of time and energy into our housing programs, as all part of that ecosystem of people being able to live, work here, and get around here to help with not only quality of life, but environmental impacts as well. A studio average rent is about $1,400 a month. A 3-bedroom is up to $4,500 a month. And these charts show the difference between 2014 and 2022 renter household with rental costs above 30% of household income. And that's kind of the 30% is what we think is generally the target, 30% or lower in terms of being affordable. And you can see a really heavy concentration of income above 80%, which is really a high housing burden for those people living in those areas at that cost. So that's just some of our changing demographics that we're keeping in mind as we move forward in the next few years. The council will be resetting priorities early next calendar year, and these will all be part of the decisions and the data points that they're using to set those priorities and understand what we're going to be focusing on. Mayor Klofstad is going to talk about legislative platform and council priorities and show some other data points that we're tracking closely and some of the work that we're doing as an organization.
Thank you very much, Jen. Anna Klofstad, Town of Truckee Mayor. Thank you so much for having us today. I really do love the theme of collaboration because I have a lot of that to talk about. I am grateful for the opportunity to talk about how excited I am for our legislative platform. This is something that was very new to the town, the very first thing that we did. Or not the very first thing, but one of the first few things that we did when a new council was set in about 2020. And it's been pretty prolifically expanded over the years. We've added, just in the last year, a few new categories. That includes community engagement, education, and, of course, a pretty significant expansion of our disaster preparedness section. And many of these align with Nevada County's focus areas, which we're thrilled about. We deeply appreciate the coordination efforts on the sale of public lands and the preservation of the Forest Service that we work together on, and look forward to more continued partnerships for our shared goals It was a long list, so we have a couple other here, including our IDEA program, which Jen already mentioned. It's inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. It's very strong in the Truckee community, and we're making great progress with our diverse community, and that includes youth and veterans and the elderly, as well as various language speakers, and of course our LGBTQ+. We just had a fantastic Pride Week celebration that was very successful in our community. So moving on to our council goals, I think you guys are familiar with these 5 primary goals. The foundation, of course, of these goals is the environment for us. That's the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And we want to become a leader in environmental sustainability, especially in mountain towns. We're really excited about the community or the county's efforts on the resource resiliency roadmap, and excited to participate and collaborate with you on that. Our emergency preparedness and wildfire mitigation readiness and recovery planning have been a focus, and I think we've made significant progress on that. I'll touch on that a little bit later. The communication and public outreach section have improved significantly over the last few years, and we have a really strong plan being deployed based on the organizational assessment that we concluded for the town and the Air Diamond report. So we are well on our way to the implementation of both of those recommendations. Our transition to online permitting has been received extremely well by our community. I know we've been collaborating with the county on that too. And we're really excited to be starting our first economic vitality assessment this year. That's been something that has been on our goal target for a while, so we're finally getting that going and excited to see the results of that. And then, of course, workforce housing, as Jen just described, is a huge focus of us. We, over the past 6 years, after the passage of Measure K, we now have 7 distinctly different programs going and focused on deed restriction and landing people in our community that work here and want to live here. So we're very proud of that progress. And so I'm going to dive into a little bit of the details on that. These are some more interesting statistics we thought you might be interested in seeing. On the upper left shows the top employers that are benefiting from our diverse housing programs. Aside from, the extraction here for the data is, aside from Tahoe Forest Hospital and the school district, the top employers are all local ski resorts, only one of which is within the town limits. On the top right, we look at the same total number of placements over different industries. And so again, the top employers and the top industry being recreation. Those are consistent between those two tables. We're very pleased to see the stratification across several community support systems, including construction, food service, and retail, to be added into those industry categories. The lower right table shows the same units by what county or region those employees work. So we are very proud to serve so many employees from around the entire region through our housing programs. And of course, I want to give a shout out to our very successful Tahoe Truckee Homeless Action Coalition and the Navigation Center. We just had a great taco night last week and got to talk to several neighbors and residents. And we really, really deeply appreciate the partnership with the county and the continued efforts towards this pilot project. So a little bit more on housing. The homegrown housing, just to highlight that a little bit, because that's our newest program. It supports the development of new workforce housing units in Truckee, and the program does this by offering a suite of incentives in order for that housing unit to be deed restricted for long-term workforce housing for locally employed. And that means that locally employed, as you saw by the previous charts, is not just Truckee. We're offering this to anybody employed in the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District boundary. So those include some monetary incentives and payments in exchange for those deed restriction. And we're getting a lot of interest and excitement about that. And then a little bit of a highlight of a unique program, Edmonds Lofts, was a bit of an experimental project for us. The town received a small parcel as part of a workforce housing equivalent from a developer. We then had an intern work on that to figure out what we thought could be built in terms of housing units and work out the entitlement process. We put out an RFP with this information to developers. And at this point in time, Paradigm 8 should be breaking ground there in the next couple of weeks. And we're going to get 12 units out of that, right? Yeah, 12 deed-restricted workforce housing units. We're very excited. Kind of a weird process, but we thought, why not? We'll give it a try. Emergency evacuation study for Truckee is progressing, and we think this is probably another great presentation to the Board of Supervisors once it's complete. I think it'll affect us all together. And we're, of course, evaluating or elevating the Nevada County alert system as much as we can through social media and various touch points, including our Truckee Thursdays and National Night Out. And then kudos to all of us, the State Board of Forestry recognition of the town of Truckee and our local regional partners, including Nevada County, as a fire risk reduction community for the second time is outstanding, and we should all be very proud of that. We believe this work has been accomplished through the success of Measure T and our partnerships with the various agencies that we're presenting earlier. Also, that includes matching grants, town incentives, and all of these programs we feel have really moved the needle on our community's safety. And then, of course, we're really excited about our future Truckee Library. This is a testament to the value of collaboration for the greater good. And again, just so much gratitude to your staff and to the Board of Supervisors for supporting this project. This summer, we will also be collecting data for our active transportation plan update, which will serve as an update to the Truckee Trails and Bikeways Master Plan. Much of the master plan has been done or is scheduled, so this update is really going to focus on including other methods of transportation that don't include personal vehicle usage. And then we have another unique program, our B-Cycles, our rent-a e-bike throughout the town of Truckee. And this has been a huge hit, both with visitors and residents. So we are still looking for ways to make this system sustainable financially, just as we were able to do with our TARC Connect service. So great things coming for community connectivity. And then my favorite topic, the environment, continues to be the strong thread through all of town services. We're working on a heat pump program as part of our building decarbonization roadmap, among other collaborative efforts with Truckee Donner PUD and other local agencies. The Climate Transformation Alliance continues to strengthen and provide great opportunities for our community collaboration on our goal of carbon neutrality by 2045. And we're working on a project incubator program as part of that right now. And ideas coming out of this group are truly inspiring, and I suspect you will see some of them coming your way. And then I passed out some Truckee Mountain filtered stickers for you. This program is gaining great traction with lots of water bottle filling stations and community adoption of our plastic water bottle ban. And we were excited to learn that Placer County is working on an Eastern County ban to align with South Lake Tahoe and Truckee. And we just want to also say thank you so much for your partnership on the Keep It Dark campaign photo contest with Nevada County Cultural Arts District. This continues to be a local favorite in terms of a competition. And then lastly, our community communication and public outreach. We have had great success recently with public art as it continues to be a focus for something the community really rallies around. We have been fortunate enough to have 6 new art installations in the last 2 years, a few of which are at our Debayumaway Park, which I hope you have all had a chance to visit. Then, of course, we have our IDEA Action Plan, the inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility that's taking off and making progress towards our council goals. And then the newest program from our IDEA Action Plan is the Youth Council, which is modeled after the Nevada County Youth Council. And I have to give a shout out for your Nevada County Youth Council that came to our State of the Community address or seminar, I'm not sure what we called it, just State of Community event. They did an outstanding job emceeing for all of our special districts. As we have many of them, they were ushering us all through and introducing us, and they were outstanding. It was so fun to see. So that was not only a really fun event, but very informative for everyone. I'm very serious that everyone learned something new that night about a local agency, even those of us that work in the industry. So it was really awesome. And then finally, we would like to cordially invite each and every one of you to our Truckee Community Block Party on Thursday, September 17th from 5 to 7 p.m. Last year was really fun and very well attended. This year, we are going to actually close part of the street to make room for all the agencies, nonprofits, and community organizations that want to participate. We ran out of room last year because we were trying to just keep it in the parking lot, so we're just going to expand it. Please join us. I promise you, you will come away with some great swag and probably some new ideas too. And with that, Jen and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Great presentation. You guys are doing a lot of things up here. You keep them busy. So at this point, I'll ask my colleagues for comments. Heidi, comments? Hardy?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. There's a lot of good information. I wanted to, the Youth Commission, I think, is an area of overlap that we can work on. And our youth commissioners, every time I'm involved with them, I learned something. And I would agree that they were our MC for the community,
State of the Community event.
State of the Community, yeah, which was awesome the first time ever. Yeah, they did a great job. Anyway, it will be fun to work together because when they come up here, a lot of times I see my District 5 commissioners interfacing with kids from way far part of Western County that are into ag and farming, and there's just a lot of connection. I think it's great for that age of those folks to get together. The other piece I was going to mention, I'm so impressed with your communication strategy. I have, obviously lived here a long time, but seeing the increasing the amount of the messaging and the way the messaging is received and the connection to the community so people understand what's going on. It's really, really hard to do in government, and I think it challenges all of us to do it differently. But so thank you for doing that. I think you do an excellent job at it. I see it. I think the community sees it. And anyway, it's a model for kind of organizations to get their message out. And putting the effort in to do these block parties and all of those types of special events are great. We can get together and meet and talk. Again, in Eastern County, there's so many different special districts. Like TTSA and TSD is a great example. I don't know if you know the difference between them, but they're both in the sanitation business, but you're not really sure which one is the sewage one, which one's the pipes. And I mean, there's just a lot of complexity there. So thank you again. Looking forward to working with you on the upcoming block party. I went to the block party last year in Nevada County, had a booth, and it was a blast. It felt like Truckee Thursdays, but it was all the people that you wanted to talk to and meet. You had these kind of one continuous meeting from 3 p.m. to 7 o'clock at night. So job well done there. Thank you.
If I can just add, thank you for calling out the communications. We have a great team, and they just have a lot of fun coming up with creative new ideas and ways to reach the community. But we are working on, in August, the council will be presented with a language access plan as well as a community engagement framework. And once adopted, we hope those are tools that other agencies or other organizations can look at and get some, glean information that's useful for them out of. So stay tuned for those.
Thank you.
Rob, questions? No? Sue, any questions, comments?
No, just that way, great presentation. It's always interesting, especially the housing part just always intrigues me for here, how we're going to manage all that here, what you guys are doing. I'm really excited about our little project over here is coming along. It looks like people be moving in by the fall. So really excited about that regional housing project that's going up here.
The Pacific Crest Commons one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and it just is coming along phenomenally. I don't know, the weather just was so accommodative. I guess that's what was exciting about it. And to see it all closed in and really getting finished, I'm going to go for another tour over there next week just to see some of the inside of it. But yeah, really excited about the progress. So anyway, thank you for this. It's good. I'll have to put this on the calendar. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I agree. I think you guys are doing so many creative, innovative things up here. It's really, it is inspirational to see how maybe some of these are going to translate down to the western side of the county too. I represent the second largest city in the county, and so I'd love for Grass Valley to follow up on some of the things that you guys are doing here, because it makes a huge difference. I came up on Sunday and spent a couple of days and spent some time downtown, and seeing how many people were down there yesterday on a Monday afternoon, and all the stores were open and the restaurants were packed. So you're obviously doing something right, because you can come down to Grass Valley or Nevada City on a Monday and half the stores are closed and there's no people. So whatever you're doing, keep up the good work. So communication obviously is a huge part of that. So very appreciative of the presentation. It's always good for us to know. We don't come up here often enough, so we need to try harder.
You're welcome anytime.
I know, thank you. So with this, I would like to open it up for public comment. If there's anybody in the audience who'd like to make a comment on this? No? Anybody, any callers?
No callers,
No
Chair.
callers. Okay. All right. Well, seeing none, we'll close public comment, and I would ask for a motion to accept their presentation.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. Great. Motion carries. All right. So we are a little bit ahead of a schedule, but I think we are going to break at this moment unless we need to do something else before. Okay. We'll take a break, and we will be back here at 1 o'clock after lunch. To the afternoon session for the Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to jump right in, and our first presentation this afternoon is from our CDA director, Tricia, and it's going to be on the updates and successes of the East County Recreation Stewardship and Mines to Pines. And I see Shivati, so welcome.
Thank you, Chair Swarthout, and good afternoon, members of the board. We're here to present about Eastern Nevada County recreation economy updates and bring you all the wonderful work being done not only at the Pines to Mines Trail, but by all the nonprofits that are stewardship organizations who provide recreation access to our community and also impact the economy very substantially. So just as a recap, sphere of influence for District 5 is town of Truckee, Soda Springs, Washington, Graniteville, Hirschdale, Boca, Floreston, and unincorporated areas along Highway 49, 29, 20, 89, and Interstate 80. Everything that we do in recreation, in the recreation economy program, it is informed by the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan and its vision. So Nevada County, our role is to strengthen our communities and to safeguard nature through connected and coordinated systems of parks, natural lands, rivers, lakes, trails, as well as arts and culture. And we work together with land managers, volunteers, residents, and users who embody the county's independent and engaged spirit to enhance recreation access and community vitality while preserving natural resources and agricultural lands. And our 4 pillars are to enhance recreation access, support health and safety, support economic growth, and to preserve natural resource assets. And everything, again, we do in recreation is fueled by collaboration and advocacy. As you can see from some of these pictures, every single project and all that is accomplished in the community is by the hands of many, many organizations working in the background and different leads that lead the charge in their areas. So some of the work that's done in the recreation economy sphere is convening. We convene the Pines to Mines Alliance, the Nevada County Recreation Coalition, the Western Nevada County Parks and Recreation Collaborative, as well as the South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort. We participate regionally, so we don't just collaborate locally and within the county, but also regionally. Some of the examples are given here. California Parks and Rec Society, California Outdoor Recreation Partnership, American Trail, Sierra Nevada Alliance, California Jobs for Sustainable Recreation and Tourism Cohort. As far as advocacy, we have our board members that are represent us in the state as well as national associations. We had Supervisor Hardy Bullock and Supervisor Heidi Hall, who also traveled to Washington, D.C. recently, where they spent 5 days advocating for issues important to Nevada County, including healthcare, wildlife protection, recreation, and transportation infrastructure, as all of these form a nexus with recreation and recreation economy. We also provide funding either directly through the county or through acquiring grants for various projects, not just for county-led projects, but for projects for our partners. Some examples are the current projects that are happening are the Glenshire Recreation Access to Truckee River, which is right now being implemented by Truckee Trails Foundation, the Van Norden Meadow Visitor Center Planning and Design, which again, we're getting help with Design Workshop and Circle, and then the Hirschdale and Hinton Railroad Overcrossing, which of course is our Public Works Department's project. So I would like to, in the spirit of collaboration, I want to introduce two of our peers. I have John Swan from Truckee Donald Land Trust here and Corey Caldwell from Truckee Trails Foundation, who are going to help me with this presentation. And we want to bring visibility to all the great work being done here in Eastern Nevada County.
Yes, so my name is Corey, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the Pines to Mines project. I'm sure that you have all heard about this many, many times, but we do have a lot of great momentum going this summer. We finished segment 3 of it last year, and we're going to be moving on to 1 and 2 this summer. But the biggest thing that I think is really special about this is the collaborative effort of all the different organizations. So having the National Forest, the Truckee Donner Land Trust, Bear Yuba Land Trust, Bonk, Gold County Trails Council, and having the County of Nevada on our team has really allowed us to work together to really build something that spans this entire county and really showcases a great project of what this county can do when everybody works together. Yeah, so the Pines to Mines project is the 75 miles. For anybody who can see, the map's a little bit small. But yeah, so we do have the great momentum. Right now, I think that the biggest thing that we're really looking for is for the funding for the remainder of it. We are funded through this summer, and we're funded part of the way through next summer. But we will continue to be applying for grants and continuing to push this forward so that we can hopefully get this thing finished in time for us all to enjoy it. Then we got a quick little video on it. All right, then moving on a little bit, I'm going to talk about the Truckee Trails Foundation next. So kind of the big programs that we have going this summer is we do a bike valet for all of the events that happen here in town. So Truckee Thursdays, music in the park, a lot of our big events, we run a free bike valet to help reduce the congestion that we have here in town and help out with parking. So that's one of the big programs that we have. We also do a Trail Ambassador program. The Trail Ambassador program is basically we have 4 people who are hired to be out on the trails to help spread knowledge about how to put your fires out, proper trail etiquette, how to leave no trace, and a lot of things of that nature. They also are first aid certified, so they can help out if there's ever an incident that happens out on the trails. Then we are doing the Thielen Connector in connection with the town of Truckee. I got to thank Becky sitting in the back for all the help that we've had on this one. We're going to be connecting the Sierra Meadows area down to the Truckee River. So we're about 40% of the way through that project, and if anybody has some time to go out and check that one out, I would highly recommend it. But we will have that one finished by the end of this summer. So very excited about that project. There's Pines to Mines, which we've already talked about, and then also Truckee Trails, we do stewardship for over 100 miles of trails here in town. So we're doing the log outs, the drainage cleanups, everything of that nature to keep these trails clean and moving forward. Then we have been doing some advocacy for the Donner Lake project, which I'll talk about in a later slide. And then the picture on the left is the Glenshire parking lot trailhead, which we have regraded, and we're going to be adding 2 ADA spots, and that was from a grant from Nevada County. So thank you for that one. Then moving on to the Dirt Union, I want Matt to stand up real quick. Matt is the executive director of the Dirt Union, and he's got a lot of great projects that he's been working on. So just by the numbers, yeah, they have 900 active volunteers, 10,000 plus volunteer hours to date, 12 million in estimated annual visitor spend, and 3 formal land manager partnerships. One thing that I think is just really special about the Dirt Union is the community that they put together. When they put together a trail day, the community comes out, and it's really is a really special. So I would highly recommend, if anybody has some time, follow them on social media, check out their events, because they know how to throw a party in the woods, that's for sure. Yep. Then, yeah, moving on, they had the Loan Masters Rally, which I was fortunate enough to attend this year, which I think was just really a special collaboration of what they can do when they put an event together. So this is a race that they put up in the Jackass area off of Highway 89. Just really special to show full ages from people probably in their 70s and 80s racing bikes all the way down to little kids on Strider bikes. I mean, everybody's out there having a really good time. So they really do put this together in a great way. But a big part of it is, that they want to expand their area, and they really want to continue to grow the zones that they're working in, with the collaborative effort of the community that they've put together. So yeah, I would definitely recommend checking them out as well. And then I'll pass it over to John. Or no, Shivati. You're on the watershed.
So I'll talk a little bit about the Truckee River Watershed Council. Their, I guess, big program right now that they just completed in November 2025 is the Ure Valley Restoration Project. And this was a partnership between Truckee River Watershed Council and the Tahoe Donner Association, who helped acquire the land. The land use impacts obviously were from logging, grazing, channel relocation, road development, and recreation. And they have worked on restoring the meadow as well as the stream bank. Their goals were to provide recreational access that is sustainable while protecting the sensitive natural resource areas, and to restore and protect the high quality meadow habitat in the headwaters of Prosser Creek. They also improve creek geomorphic functions, aquatic habit conditions, and water quality. And as a result of this project, they were able to protect 30 acres of high quality meadow habitat, improve stream conditions and aquatic habits along half a mile of stream channel, implement drainage improvements and repair erosional features, and accommodate multiple recreational user groups. Here are some pictures for you. It shows you the before and after of the stream bank failure and erosion, and after the restoration, as well as the boardwalk that was constructed there. And again, before and after photos, improperly constructed and failed culvert system on the top. These culverts were removed and a new bridge was installed, as you can see on the right. And this project was successfully completed in 2025, November. We go on to Sierra Butte's trail stewardship.
Representing Sierra Buttes today, we have Kurt here. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the East Zone Connection project that they're doing. For anybody who hasn't been out to the East Zone of Verdi Ridge, I'd highly recommend going out there as well. This is a multi-use trail which is open to motos and to bikes. And it is a project that is hoping to complete a strong section of it this summer, but is still looking for about $75,000 in funding. And so right now the trail kind of goes out and it kind of dead ends. So the goal is to raise $75,000 more for this in order to be able to run it back down to a fire road and have a safe exit out of it. So this area has become pretty popular with all the forest closures that we have around Stampede and Alder Creek. Recreation has really moved to this zone. So this zone has become much more popular this summer, and it's pretty exciting to have some new trails out there as well. And then, yeah, here's some photos from the project. So as you guys can see, it's a pretty amazing views of what you can see up there. I know I did a ride with Hardy up there last summer, and it was pretty amazing to see. But as you can tell from the bottom right picture, there's a lot of stonework and a lot of rocks that need to be either blasted or broken up to get through it. So it's a complicated project, but a good one. And moving on to the Town of Truckee recreation projects. So this is something that Truckee Trails did a lot of advocacy for. So along the north shore of Donner Lake, the lanes were reduced by 2 feet. There was a double buffered zone that went in there. And then to increase the safety around there. It's something that's happened the last couple summers. There has been some incidents around there. So the Town of Truckee has done a great job of really stepping up. I remember I was sitting in the meetings 2 years ago where it first began, where the citizens came, they said, hey, we have trouble with safety around here. The Town of Truckee really listened to it, made these big changes, reduced the speed limit around there as well, put boulders in the areas where a lot of people were illegally parking, and it has just vastly increased the safety around the lake this year. So I definitely thank the Town of Truckee for what they've put into that project. Then, yes, the stenciling project is also another really fun project that's been going on. I don't know if anybody's been up and down the Legacy Trail, but there's some fun little stenciling on there that reminds people to what the safe, proper way to pass people and the proper way to use the trail.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is John Svan. I work for the Truckee Donner Land Trust. I'm going to speak to the Van Norden Meadow restoration. This is a project of the South Yuba River Citizens League. Is anybody from Circle here? Okay, all right, I'll stand in. The Van Norden Meadow sits atop Donner Summits. It's the headwaters of the South Yuba River, and I assume you all are familiar with Circle's work down in the West County. They're active up here, protecting headwater meadows as well. Van Norden Meadow was conserved in 2012 as a part of the Royal Gorge acquisition, and then the Forest Service now owns it, and they're partnering with the South Yuba River Citizens League to restore the meadow and provide better public access to the property. So there's a second slide in there. Yeah, so they are planning a parking area and interpretive center over towards Soda Springs Road. They have bathroom facilities installed to the west end of Van Norden Meadow. There is, over the past few years, there's been a large-scale meadow restoration that's kind of lowered the former reservoir, rerouted the creek into its original course, and did a whole bunch of invasive weed removal as well. So these are, that's all right. So just some photos of the parking area and the meadow. Anecdotally, it was a lot wetter all through the summer, and it's still wet out there, and the restoration seems to be taking well.
Yep. Next up, I'd like to introduce Sven, the general manager of the Parks and Rec department here in town, and I'm going to speak on a couple of things that they got going. So they are redoing the master and bond study. Will be finished this May. It's the first one since 1988, and it's been a generation. This will be happening between March of 2025 and May of 2026. It'll have recommendations for almost universally held as highly regarded public, 90 to 95% favorable, over 120 suggested to-dos to become even better, and taking care of what we have been expanding. Only 55% support for additional recreation facilities without tax funding. The major projects that they have going, the Riverview Bike Park has rebranded and opened in April. That's going to be right down the road here. Just really great bike park that we have here in town. Great for the kids, great for all the citizens around here. The Kids Zone broke ground in May at the regional park. The Donner Lake boat launch reconstruction begins in September, and then we do have April here from the Truckee Library as well, and that they're going to be targeting a 2027 groundbreaking at the regional park.
Over the past year, the Land Trust has had several projects completed and one in progress actually today. The Land Trust acquired Pole Creek, which is the next valley north from Olympic Valley. There was one remaining private parcel in that whole valley, so now the entirety of the valley is open to the public for recreation, and that was completed recently. We are also constructing the Schallenberger Ridge section of the Donner Lake Rim Trail. So we've been working with you all on the Pines to Mines Trail, which includes the Donner Lake Rim Trail on the north side of the highway. This is the Donner Lake Rim Trail on the south side of Donner Lake, which is actually a portion of the Placer County Memorial Emigrant Trail, which is a similar trail to your Pines to Mines Trail. And construction is ongoing today in nice dirt after that rain. And then last but not least, we are in partnership with you all. We took Johnson Canyon Trailhead. Johnson Canyon is the westernmost Donner Lake exit on the north side of the highway. It's a very popular trailhead for accessing the Castle Peak area in Tahoe Donner. And so the Land Trust built a all-year, all-weather 65 space parking lot. And today we're putting in the bathroom, which you all funded. So we're pretty excited about that. As the Forest Service told me just a few minutes ago on a call, that it all comes down to parking and bathrooms. So that's what we're doing.
All right. Well, thank you, my co-presenters. As you can see, not only East County, but Nevada County Recreation, it's a collaborative system that is, taken forward with the help of all the organizations, all the user groups, and many nonprofits that are stewardship as well as land management agencies. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you, board, for supporting this objective. And we're open to any questions if you have any or comments.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation. You guys are doing a lot up here. So I'll open it up for questions or comments from the board. Hardy, do you want to start?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Shabati, great presentation. I don't know if I've ever actually seen all that information condensed into one presentation. So there's a lot of diverse projects that have come together. I just want to say thank you to everybody for putting the effort into coming here to present to my colleagues on the board. I know, and oftentimes we have projects countywide, but really trying to showcase the concerted effort you've put into working together as a group here at Land Trust and Truckee Trails Foundation and TDU and the Forest Service and others have done such a great job working together. And then I would just remind us that back in the ARPA days when we had ARPA funding, some of our recreation grants got scattered about, but many of those are just now coming to fruition to be placed into the restroom facility, I think was one of them. But yeah, thank you. It's amazing. And the East, that East Zone Connective Trail Network that we rode, is that the name of it, Corey? I think Kurt's.
Yeah, East Zone Connectivity.
Yeah, it's out of Boca. Essentially, it's this whole myriad of trails up there that I never even knew about, and then we rode, and it was some of the most incredible riding anywhere in the county. So yeah, just much thanks. And then Truckee Dirt Union, I just wanted to call you out, Matt. Thanks for your ability to mobilize volunteers, which was kind of what you raised your hand to say you were into doing, and just job well done. You've successfully done that and gotten everybody on board, because the amount of trails in our community is staggering. And every time I go riding, I'll find another little piece that I didn't know existed. Like, oh, I never knew there was a connector there, but somebody's building it, somebody's maintaining it, somebody's keeping it going. So thanks for your effort on the volunteer side to make that happen. On the economy side, I just want to mention one thing. Truckee Gravel race was a couple weekends ago, and I told Carlos I thought it was bigger than ever, but I guess it was the same size. It was about 850 riders or so, somewhere in there. Anyway, town was packed with people riding bikes, and I think it's a great way to bolster the economy. We're hoping that Heart of Gold on the western side does the same thing, and we can get the number of riders up for that event too. But and then I was going to mention one more thing. Supervisor Hall and I were talking about, we have both participated in our Public Lands Committee on the National Association of Counties. So we're trying to do some work to advocate nationally for the protection of public lands and also the funding of public land infrastructure. We have a transportation piece that's going to their transportation committee to try and urge them to legislate on behalf of counties and allow us to use federal funding for infrastructure related to trails and trailheads and restroom facilities, parking facilities, and trash. But anyway, this board has a concerted effort to work through on the federal level with public lands and try to protect them and enhance the funding related to those pieces, because for our economy, particularly here in Eastern County, it is one of the most primary kind of driving forces of our visitation. And then protecting it is also our responsibility too. So I like the balance of it. We hope to see, I think that the Pines to Mines groundbreaking is next year now, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, next year. So next year we can do it. And yeah, so thanks again.
Thanks. Heidi?
Yeah, still exciting to see how much is going on and all these trails that are being built. As someone who's getting back out on the trails, now that I have more time, I'm super excited to come up and try some of these. Hope you guys will put together a brochure or something with all the different levels, or, maybe that's another project. But I think the more we get the information out, people love trails, people love to come into town and recreate. And then, of course, it does help our economy. And it's the kind of economic development we want in this area, in this region, not just the county, but this region, right? To support and enhance our outdoors and enhance our towns with the economy that's around that. Since Hardy raised that, the just keeping our public lands public at this point and not being sold off is a really hard uphill battle right now. So, I never gave up. Hardy isn't giving up. But the more we can do locally and regionally to protect and enhance, just keep going with it and maybe wait for other things to settle, the better off we all are. So congratulations to all of you for all the good work and for all the great collaboration. And I can't wait to get up here more and try out some of those trails.
Rob, any questions, comments? Sue?
No, not except for that great presentation. It is kind of interesting when you put it all into a package like that. It's so much bigger than just having a little meeting when we go over one specific project. So I really enjoyed that. So thank you for bringing that to us.
Thank you.
So yeah, agreed. Lots of great work going on. So I am curious, what kind of mapping or publications are out there to tell people where all of these facilities are? Do you guys all do it individually? Do you all trying to get together to do one master map for the public that people can pick up?
I'll let the locals answer, but before that, I wanted to say there is a project we're working on, which is called the Nevada, it's the Recreation Outpost Project. So it will be a digital format of maps that are interactive that'll show all the recreation areas in the county. And it'll be hosted on Go Nevada County and as well as on the rec page. So it's in the works.
Great.
But
Thank you.
Is there any local?
That's way better.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, and I know sometimes we get, quite people will ask us about it, and usually I direct them to either Go Nevada County or to one of the local chambers of commerce because they usually have the mapping.
And there's Visit Tahoe Truckee.
Yeah.
That is quite comprehensive, I think. And I think we have visitors from Gold Country Trails Council as well.
Great.
No.
Yes, they're right there.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
thank you for being here.
Can I mention one more?
Sure, go ahead.
Just wanted to say a thank you to the state of California and the Wildlife Conservation Board. This region has been particularly blessed in our grant funding ability to pull down grant funds for different pieces. And Supervisor Hall and myself, and then Supervisor Tucker and I convened an additional call to follow up on that. But our visit with that organization and their support of our region has been just phenomenal. We understand that we missed the last opportunity with Pines to Mines, but we're going to correct it, and we're going to bring them here and show them why it's important to keep going. So I just want to thank them publicly. They've been very, very supportive of our community.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. So at this time, I am going to open it up for public comment. If there's anybody who'd like to comment on this, and any other partners who might want to get up and talk about the work that they're doing with them, now's your chance. No, we have a shy crowd today. Any callers, Loriana?
No callers.
Okay. Well, we will close public comment, and really thank you all for being up here and for all the work you're doing. I am very excited about the Mines to Pines Trail. I'm not much of a hiker, but I will be at the groundbreaking for that. I have to figure out how I'm going to get there, but I think that is just an incredible project. I think model project for how you do collaborative things within your county when you're trying to connect your town and your cities together. So it's a really impressive idea that's turning into something really tangible for our community. So thank you for that. At this time, I would entertain a motion to accept the presentation. So moved. Third, second.
Second.
All right. Roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. Motion carries. All right, great. Thank you all so much. All right. Our next item, I am going to turn over to Supervisor Bullock. Oh, you want to do a picture? Okay, sorry. I missed. It doesn't say photo op. Oh, it does say photo op on there.
Anyone associated with the recreation in this presentation, please come up.
All right. Our next item is a certificate of recognition for the Truckee Donner Land Trust, and Mandy's going to kick us off on that.
Thank you, Chair Swarthout, members of the board. Mandy Stewart, Senior Management Analyst with the County Executive Office, also supporting your office. And I'm honored to introduce the next item on today's agenda, which is a certificate of recognition for the Truckee Donner Land Trust and its more than 35 years of protecting and preserving open space in the greater Truckee Donner geographic region. We have John Zavon, Executive Director of the Truckee Donner Land Trust, as well as other team members with us today to receive the certificate. And with that, I will turn it over to Supervisor Bullock.
Okay.
Do you want me to keep going?
She told me that was the protocol for this. Yeah.
Chair, would you like me to read this?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, I'll just say a couple words. My first connection with Truckee Donner Land Trust was, it had to be 25 years ago when Waddell Ranch was purchased. I'm looking for John to nod his head. Is that correct? Okay, 25 years. So 1,430 acres right here. So the hill that you're looking at right here is Waddell Ranch, which was slated to be a number of homes, right? But now it's protected forevermore. And when I first walked it, it was just choked with trees. You couldn't really see anything. And now you can see over hill and dale, and there's Lake Ella, commonly referred to as Dry Lake. There's connector trails all through the community from Glenshire through Waddell to Brockway and then on to Fiberboard. So you can go from that community to every part of our, the rest of our community. So anyway, it's just been so cool to see the progression of that, your organization, from Perry's leadership to your leadership, and then your visionary acquisition of all these different parcels. If you look at a map for the land trust, it goes all the way from the top, Sierra County, all the way down to through Placer County and everywhere in between, all these different points, really special places. So thank you, John. Thank you to Perry, and thanks for the people on the land trust board who have made it all happen. So this is a certificate of recognition for Truckee Donner Land Trust. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing the Truckee Donner Land Trust and its more than 35 years of protecting and preserving open space in greater Truckee Donner geographic region. This was actually last year, but we're doing it this year, just to let you know. In 1990, a small group of passionate hikers founded the Truckee Donner Land Trust when the Coldstream Valley near Donner Lake was about to be lost to logging. In response, they raised $150,000 to purchase 160 acres in the valley, preserving its legacy for years to come. Since that first successful effort, the Land Trust has continued to preserve open space in and around Truckee through conservation easements and purchase of open space in strategic locations. The organization has helped to protect the character and quality of life for which Truckee is known. A major focus of their work has been the ongoing effort to fill in the Sierra Nevada checkerboard. This checkerboard land ownership pattern dates back to the 1860s and the Transcontinental Railroad, cutting the land into an every other square mile ownership pattern and spanning several thousand acres. If left unprotected, these private parcels could be converted to rural sprawl in the coming years. This continued threat underscores the importance of the Truckee Donner Land Trust mission and the lasting role the organization plays in protecting the region's open space. Over the last 35 years, the Truckee Donner Land Trust has protected over 40,000 acres while ensuring continued recreational access and conserving lands for future generations. Even so, the mountains, canyons, meadows, lakes, and rivers that make the Truckee Donner region a great place to live, work, and recreate continue to face threats from growth and development. With the support of neighbors, donors, and partners, the Land Trust will continue working to protect this beautiful region. The Land Trust work, however, does not stop. Once an open space has been protected, its ongoing stewardship effort helps ensure that these lands remain protected and accessible to future generations. This includes maintaining public access, managing forests to improve health and increase fire resiliency, constructing benches and kiosks, and building trails that promote responsible public use. Therefore, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing the Truckee Donner Land Trust and its more than 35 years of protecting and preserving open space while providing ongoing stewardship in the greater Truckee Donner geographic region.
Right. So at this time, I would open it up for public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Board questions, comments. Hardy, do you kind of went? Heidi, any additional comments? No? Sue, Rob? No? Okay. So now we'll open up for public comment if there's anybody who would like to address the board on this one. I think the microphone, it's not on.
There we go.
There you go.
Thank you again. Thank you, Supervisor Bullock. We just met. I'm John Swan. I'm the Executive Director of the Truckee Donner Land Trust. This is most of our staff that came in out of the woods today for this because it's such a big deal. And we have our Vice President, Dan Simmons, who's going to speak. No, I'm just kidding. So I just wanted to thank you. This is a huge deal. And really, we are the sum of a lot of parts. We have had consistently great staff. We've had boards that have allowed us to not be overly risk averse and do these big deals. We've got a ton of supporters that we're really thankful for, and also partnerships with all you all. Everybody in this room, I think we've partnered with. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And don't sit down, because when we get done with this part, we're going to ask you guys to do a picture. Okay. Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else who'd like to make public comment? Jan.
Board and Chair, I'm Jan Zabriskie with Truckee Town Council, but I'm here in my individual capacity. I started becoming involved in land conservation in the mid-'60s when the Wilderness Act was adopted, and I was living in Southern California, and a great effort was made to preserve the natural land of the highest peaks in Southern California. Ever since then, I've watched and been repeatedly reminded that land is a limited resource. And if we don't protect our natural lands, we lose them. The Truckee Donner Land Trust understands that in spades, and what they've done is exceptional, because this is preserving land for future generations in our area. And so I'm really pleased to be living here in a place where many people have been active to preserved land, and they've been supported by the broader community. So thank you to Perry Norris, all the donors, the board, and the staff of the Truckee Donner Land Trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Any calls?
No callers.
Okay. All right. We'll close public comment and I would ask for a motion in a second to adopt the resolution.
I would move to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Roll call?
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right, motion carries. Great. Thank you all very much. We're going to line up here and get a picture with you guys. All right, our next item is a presentation on the Truckee Regional Library Project, and I think Craig or Nick, come on up.
Greetings. Chair Swarthout and the Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Nick Wilczek. I am the County Library Director, and I'm going to be giving an update on the new Truckee Library efforts. And April Cole is with us here from the Friends of the Truckee Library, and she will be sharing some budget information with us. So thank you so much for joining us, and we are very excited to share. So we're going to start with a timeline review. Then we're going to look at the design development updates. That includes the community engagement plan, site plans, exterior finishes, as well as interior finishes. Then April's going to come up with the funding update. We're going to share some next steps and be more than happy to answer any questions. Anyone else have the issue with this being oddly low? Like, it's just going to pick it up. You know? It's really strange. Okay. All right, so get into this. Oh, yeah. All right, so we'll get into this timeline review here. Thank you so much. Okay, that is fantastic. We're going to go with this one again because this guy died and we're all good. Okay, so we're going to start with the timeline review here. And this slide doesn't do it justice. This project started long before 2024. This effort's probably been going on for close to 15 or 20 years. This is a long time in the making. So a quick timeline here. January 24, your board approved the formation of the Truckee Library JPA. That is made up of the town and the county. And then March 2024, we moved into the design contract. June 25, the CFD was formed, good to go. November 25th, Measure G passed by over 72%. A ton of credit again here to the Friends of the Library, to April, who did an absolutely amazing job with the outreach and the efforts there. February 26th, phase 2 design moving forward, and then May 26, a few months ago, the design was completed. The community engagement of this process has been really more than I've ever seen in a project. It's been really amazing. Again, April and the Friends of the Library have done a really fantastic job with that. I'm not going to read this whole thing to you, but nearly 4,000 opinions have been gathered throughout this process, which is really, really amazing. Throughout the county, been holding groups. Different groups have formed to discuss and gather information, figure out what the community needs from this facility. And it has done an amazing job to build excitement about this project. Quick review of the site plan here. This is at the regional park facing Brockway Road. And so can just get a high level overview of what we're looking at there. And now we're going to move into just looking at some of the exterior design features here. You can see that they were chosen to align with the natural colors of the park. And this part was taken so seriously that someone in the meeting pointed out that geologically speaking, it's a different kind of granite here than what this is. But I thought the commitment to being so locally reflective was nice. You can see here the front view of this facility. It is going to be absolutely beautiful. The front door is here on the left. Again, you can see the doorway off there to the left. Again, beautiful view. And yeah, beautiful view. Okay. So this is the view from the back of the library. You can see there's going to be a big patio there. There are going to be beautiful views from that patio, and the library looks absolutely lovely from all sides. A community room is one of the big features of this library. And I wanted to keep this slide up because it also highlights April's efforts in fundraising, and that this is the Weiss family community room, and the Weiss, and the west patio view here. So again, April, I've said it a lot. Good job. This is what the facility will look like in the winter. Okay. So the interior design, we went with the fall foliage in Truckee theme, and you will see that over the next slides here. And it'll give you an idea, too, about some of the programmatic possibilities here. So the floor plan here, the thing that I want to call out the most is on the bottom right-hand corner. That is the children's section of the library. It is the largest section of the library, and we are incredibly excited about that. Many more families will be able to join us, and we'll have a lot of opportunities in terms of services there. In the upper left-hand corner is the community room that we discussed as well. This is the view of the entry area and living room. And again, the fundraising efforts here. This is the Michael and Molly Graham community living room. The community room, again, this is a highly convertible space where community members can rent it out really for whatever they're looking to do. It could be anything from a musical performance to classes to, the Audubon Society, just endless. And again, here's the children's story time area that will be substantially larger than where we're working now. And the team is really excited to be able to take advantage of this space. We get a lot of teens at the library now, which is a blessing. And we'll be able to create a much larger space with programmatic options for them as well. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to April for the funding overview.
Gotcha. All right. I'm going to move the mic down. All right. Thank you, Nick. I appreciated being pointed at, but I just have the wonderful opportunity to get to facilitate a remarkable organization that is led by a tremendous backing of volunteer efforts. So our incredible board, we have Kathleen Egan, who's on the board, and we have hundreds of volunteers who are really driving the effort. So thank you, Nick, but bigger thanks to the whole organization, all the volunteers, but most importantly, to the collaboration that we have. I'm going to talk about funding, and I can't start talking about funding until I thank this board. In November 2023, your board voted to fund the new Truckee Regional Library $1 million. And at that time, we had not engaged in any fundraising. It was really a true representation of your belief in this project and the people behind it, and the collaboration with the town of Truckee, Nevada County, Placer County, and the Friends of the Truckee Library, and how if we all work together, we can move forward with the steps that are necessary in order to reach the end. So I want to thank you for starting the foundation of what really started this project. After your funding in 2023, in 2025, we were able to place Measure G on the ballot. And you saw from Nick's presentation, 72% plus of voters in the Truckee region, so going from Donner Summit through Truckee, all the way into the Placer area of North Star and Martis Valley, voted overwhelmingly that they wanted to fund a part of the Truckee Regional Library. That funding is between $16 and $19 million, a bond measure. That is only a piece of the puzzle. The rest of the funding is diversified between private philanthropy and grants, foundations, agency funding. So essentially any funding that is not coming from private philanthropy gets its own bucket, its own strategy behind it. In diversifying our funding opportunities, we're able to strengthen our ability to raise large dollars so that we can build the facility that our community has said that they need for multi-purpose. A library now, a community emergency resiliency center, which is critical for power shutoffs, for smoky days, for heat and cooling in high extreme temperatures, low extreme temperatures, which we experience quite frequently here in Truckee. So in order to reach the end goal, we've diversified that into those two buckets with $10 million goal for private philanthropy and $10 million for grants, foundations, and agency funding. And we really kicked off that fundraising in earnest after Measure G passed, once we had the foundation of fundraising. And I'm pleased to report that we're over halfway through with both of those, having raised nearly $11 million to date. So thank you, guys. If you have any questions, I'm here afterwards, but turning it back over to Nick.
All right, thank you, April. And just some next steps here, and then we will go forward with any questions folks might have. So this month we are completing the value engineering work. November, construction drawings complete. Spring 27, agency review and contractor selection. A year from now, this project will be 100% funded, and in August of 27, we hope to begin construction of this facility. So that is the high-level overview of next steps, and April and I are both here, happy to answer any questions your board has.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all the work that you've done on this. So I will open it up for board questions, comments. Sue, any comments, questions?
No, I'm ecstatic for how far we've come in a short, I mean, I know it's been a long time coming, but what you guys have accomplished really since 23 is pretty amazing. I mean, we're halfway there with your donation goals. Exactly. You know, the bond, of course, that's great, but that's huge. That says that this community really wants this. It looks beautiful. I love the renderings. It just feels like it's going to fit into this community so well. So obviously we're going to keep doing our fundraising. I love to see that you've had some big donations, evidently, by the family. Thank you very much. That's very awesome all by itself. I just see so much availability here that I love the big room is going to be huge. I didn't realize that was all part of it. I knew it was going to be big, but this really is the first time I really got to look at the diagrams for it. We always had a vision of it, but I've seen the rendering, but not the actual structural part that's going to happen. That's very exciting. So yeah, I don't have any real comments except for kudos to you and your team because it takes a lot of work to get out to the community. Finding funding and getting people to donate is a special job all by itself. And April, you know what's fun too is to see faces that have been with it from the beginning that are still here finishing that project. You know, a lot of times you have people that shift through and they give up, and so kudos to you guys for being that consistent in this. And I love that our county is collaborative in these kinds of measures. I think it's huge. I mean, that's what we do as a county and a community, right? And so makes me proud. Another thing to be proud of about being part of this. So thanks for being here and giving this all. Nick, great job.
Rob, any comments, questions? Heidi? No? Great. Artie?
Yeah, no questions. I've been, I'm blown away at the progress because I remember back in 2020 when I first came into office, the discussions that were circulating about the library were so infant, and like in just the genesis of that whole project were so small, and then to see it it's like this cone of activity and effort and progress, unbelievable. And then when the Measure G passed, it's been such a huge staff load, and I'd like to thank Mandy's. My office is right next to Mandy's, and I hear Mandy on library calls a lot and doing the library thing and working hard. And so I just want to thank you, Mandy, for your effort, and Nick for your effort, and our staff, and also the Friends of the Library. The circle, I think you used the word believe, but it's funny because I put in my notes believe, and it's a circle of like funding, effort, belief, and then you have to take this step that's not quite totally baked all the way, and then you have to get to the next step of fundraising, effort, believe, and then you get to some other bridge you have to cross. But our partners with the town and all the local jurisdictions that have come together to make it happen, I'm totally blown away, and I haven't seen your fundraising numbers until this slide, which is also mind-boggling to me because I think we had the conversation after Measure G passed with you and I and Kath about, hey, Kay, what's next? Okay, we're going to fundraise. And I was like, okay, well, I'll see you in a couple of years. I'll catch up, and then all of a sudden to see $5.3 million, and, you're over 50% of the way at capturing those funds. And that's what our community committed to, and that's what you committed to. And so you've done it, and you're doing it. So thanks for the hard work and the effort. And it's an honor to stand beside you as a partner with the county, with our board and the town together and partner on this. It's very, very exciting. Yep, job well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it's so interesting for me to watch this. Libraries are just not buildings with books anymore. They're meeting places, they're community centers. I love the idea that you're going to allow so many different uses in that big community room to, civic meetings or music events, or it looks amazing. And I truly love the design of your building. I can't wait to see it completed. They did a really beautiful job of incorporating the look of it in the feel in the space that it's going to go in. So kudos to that. I'm very excited for this project. I'm a huge fan of libraries, and it's really rewarding to see how much stuff you're doing for the kids and the teens. As a teenager, I spent a lot of time in the public library where I grew up, and it saved me from lots of things. And so thank you for that, and thank you to the community for realizing the importance of that for your youth, and hopefully they will use this facility and to keep out of trouble. So with that, I would like to open up for public comment. If there's anybody that would like to comment on this, now's your opportunity.
Hi, Kathleen Egan on the Friends of the Truckee Library Board. The word collaboration has been used throughout this meeting of yours today. And this is a perfect example of not only collaboration between the county and Friends of Truckee Library, but the town of Truckee and the staff of it's not only the people and the volunteers involved with the Friends of the Truckee Library. The camaraderie we have developed, I think, working together over the years, meeting each challenge, saying, we're going to have to stop here. Nope, we'll figure this out. The collaboration has been incredible. And so we want to thank you, and thank you for that initial donation of $1 million that really got it off the ground. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else like to make public comment? Any callers, Loriana?
No callers,
No callers? Okay. we will close public comment, and I would look for a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. All right. Thank you all. Can't wait to be up here for the groundbreaking and then for the ribbon cutting when you get open in 2028. Think positive. All right. Our final.
And not the winter.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's get this done like in October or November. All right. Our final item on our agenda today is a report, informational report on the Navigation Center pilot program. Ryan.
Hello, thank you, Chair Swarthout, members of the board. Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Agency Director, here today to give you an update on the Truckee Navigation Center. And we have a tour after the presentation of the Navigation Center. Really excited to show you all around. And somebody is calling me, so sorry. So you see our agenda up on the screen here. I'll give you a very brief history and then talk about the work of the Tahoe Truckee Homeless Action Committee and then give you an update on the data of the Navigation Center pilot and where we stand today. And then, as I mentioned, we'll go on a tour. So I'm going to try to be concise and not read through every bullet today, but a brief history here. So homeless services in Truckee, similar to other parts of the county and the state and the country, started as grassroots. So one of the earliest forms of homeless shelter or homeless services in Truckee was church-based winter sheltering through the Church of the Mountains. There, over the years, was sporadic support from the counties, Placer and Nevada County, the hospital, the town, investing and trying to keep that going. During COVID-19, with an influx of new funding specifically for serving our most vulnerable individuals, there was an expansion of services, including day services, and then as that funding went away, those services went away as well. We worked for many years as part of the board's priority around homelessness to try to identify options, be it facilities or service providers for ongoing homeless services in Truckee, and really struggled to get a toehold here. And so the work that Jasmine Bro did and others to form a coalition of partners and form the Tahoe Truckee Homeless Advisory Committee to try to coalesce around locations and service models and things like that was a critical next step there. And then we had the Church of the Mountains lose their location for providing that winter shelter and decided not to try to provide that service anymore. And so you can imagine the weather that's experienced in Truckee for an unsheltered person is particularly dangerous. So going from just that baseline of critical emergency shelter during winter events to nothing. And so really the county stepped in on a one-time basis and provided emergency shelter out of a conference room at the Government Center, the Joseph Center, which you heard about earlier today. And so that up there is a picture of the cots placed in that conference room as we stepped in on that one-time basis. We tried to work to expand permanent supportive housing in this community through the Hope Bridge House project. That fell apart in the face of community opposition and concern around that. And then we really went back to the Tahoe Truckee Homeless Action Committee. And so I'm going to go do a little bit of a deeper dive in sort of what that is. Up here is the list of partners, and you've heard so much today about collaboration. In all the presentations, you've heard the word collaboration. And this is not only a collaboration. These aren't just stakeholders who listed on this slide. I would go a step further and call this a partnership. And it was a partnership that was critical. We realized in the wake of the Hope Bridge House project that we needed help. It wasn't just engaging people and keeping people updated. It was we needed to have a project that had co-equal partners as part of that. And so you see up on the screen the three co-chairs of what we call the TTAC, the Tahoe Truckee Homeless Action Committee. So you have Jan Zabriskie, who was mayor at the time and council member now, Supervisor Hardy Bullock, and Cindy Basso, who is with Fellowship of Compassion and really spearheads the community giving component of TTAC. And then you see all the other critical partners on the list as well. The town of Truckee, a critical partner. Placer County is an investor. I won't go through the entire list. Most recently, we've added a neighborhood representative as we've focused on this pilot project. We have somebody from the actual neighborhood as part of this work group as well. One of the first actions of the Tahoe Truckee Action Committee was to come up with a plan for homeless services in the region, and that plan covers a spectrum of services from navigation and outreach to permanent supportive housing to affordable housing. So as we looked for solutions for Truckee, this is a timeline of going from Hope Ridge House to the Navigation Center pilot. There were really three legs to the stool in terms of trying to get something stood up here. One is location, one is a provider, one is funding. And the partners really worked around that. I want to call out the provider that stepped in. This wouldn't have been able to happen without VOA, and we have some VOA representatives who are going to help us with the tour in the front here, stepped in and said, we are willing to provide services in Truckee. We had the partnership with the town and the hospital in Placer County to invest funding on a co-equal basis with the county. The town and the hospital invested the same amount of money that the county did in standing this up. Really a partnership. And then the town's guidance specifically around how to engage the community and come up with a target location. And this map that you have in front of you is the map that was used as we settled on a zone for where this should be located. And the final location that was selected is 12315 Deerfield Drive, which will tour later today. So it was really, it came together remarkably quickly. This is a picture from the ribbon cutting. Many of you were there. Some of those commitments we had in the beginning. So this is a pilot project. This is an encapsulation of what that pilot is supposed to determine. We want to be good neighbors. You have a screenshot up there of the sort of good neighbor agreement that when people come into the Navigation Center, they sign. This is what it looks like. You're going to see it in more depth when we go over there. So in terms of the services that are provided there, I'm not going to read through all this, but it is a full scope navigation center. So in Western County, we have a day center. It doesn't have housing on site. This is day resources, a connection to services, but it also includes emergency shelter on site and then interim housing on site. So it is that full service navigation center. And that navigation piece is people come in for the day services. They can potentially get into the winter or the emergency shelter piece, and then you're navigating them over to the interim housing, and from there trying to navigate them onto treatment or permanent housing. So really a full scope navigation pilot. Now we're getting into my love language, which is Excel charts. And so you have up here some of the utilization data. So the first thing, or the pie chart, is guests by county. So you have around 16% are Placer County residents who end up in the Navigation Center. 72% are Nevada County residents, and then other is another 12%. So people who are passing through and maybe are there for a little while. And then you have the utilization. So interim housing, we have 97% utilization over the term to date of the pilot, and emergency shelter 93%. Those are remarkable numbers, and it has increased despite the weather getting better. So as we've transitioned into the summer, it has continued to be very highly utilized. Day Center and VOA is highlighted throughout there, the source of this data. If there's any questions on the data points, we could call upon them. 38 unique guests served. I want to call out that is near the total homeless population of Truckee. We're serving almost the entire homeless population in the area. 40 utilizations of the laundry services, 85 utilizations of the showers, day center meals, so just the people who were there just for the day center services, 180 meals. In total, for all the meals served to the day center guests as well as the residents, 2,434 meals. So a lot of impact with this project. So in terms of the connection to services, so again, that navigation, 50 people have been connected to case management and wraparound services, 11 to employment training or income support, 11 connected to treatment services specific for substance use disorder, and then 40 people connected to medical, behavioral health, or recovery treatment. So the project is a pilot, and it's still fairly young, and there is a gap in housing on that other side of it. And so, but we are happy that we have the first individual successfully moved into long-term housing with another on the cusp. I don't know if that actually occurred. So now we have 2. And then 6 individuals diverted. So they may have been those folks passing through, and we made that connection to where they were trying to get, or they had a family member or something they could be connected to rather than us housing them. 0 of that one individual as of this had come back into housing, so we don't have enough data on this point yet. But and then So a little bit more about the navigation. So we have a housing resource team similar to the mechanisms that we have in Western County, where you have a group of providers getting together and talking through the needs of the folks using the navigation center. They meet twice a month. It's integrated with our partners in the continuum of care, and again, following that model on Western County. And then I mentioned there's not that housing on the other side. Pacific Crest Commons has already been mentioned today. So that development is on track to open in December of 2026. It will be 55 apartments, 10 of which will be that permanent supportive housing. So on that spectrum that I showed on a previous slide, that next step, those 10 beds of permanent supportive housing are on the horizon. So I'm really excited for that. And then the next steps in terms of the pilot are in September. The TTHAC group is going to get together and evaluate the data and determine whether the pilot has been a success and make a recommendation to the partners, the town, the hospital, the counties, on whether to continue with the project on an ongoing basis. Targeting for October for a joint meeting with the city and the hospital, similar to what they did in the run-up to this project, and then to the county. And then we are awaiting notification we applied for a CDBG grant in the event that it is deemed a success, that we could potentially purchase the building and operate it on an ongoing basis. So TBD on that piece. So those are the next steps, and that is the conclusion of the presentation. So open to any questions, and a number of our partners are here.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for the presentation. Looking forward to the tour this afternoon. Any questions? Hardy, any questions for Ryan?
Ryan, on the Pacific Crest Commons side, the permanent supportive housing units, what role does the county play in selection of the recipient to those, and how is that managed, and are we in connection with the management company?
Yeah, so the development itself will have a property manager, and property management as part of that, as any multifamily housing development does. The permanent supportive housing units are a deeper level of management. These are people that are receiving ongoing treatment. Typically, they are coming through the county behavioral health system, and the county does a request for proposal and funds the supportive part of that permanent supportive housing. And so we are in the process of getting that all set up. So those will be folks that are part of the county behavioral health system and connected to that. And so direct connection with the folks we're working with in the navigation center to then connect to those units. Okay. And receive that ongoing support that they need to be successful.
Yeah, I think there's been some question related to the artist loss and also Pacific Crest Commons from previous management structures, and how much influence the management structure has over the conduct of the people living there. And I think our board previously, maybe a couple years ago, talked to our staff about limiting our participation and contribution to these regional pieces unless we had a commitment from the management company to step in and make sure that there weren't issues related to it. But as you and I have talked about previously, you can't, it's somebody's home, so you can't really tell them what to do or what not to do to some extent. I mean, and then, our partners at the town are responsible for the law enforcement component, much of that. And so it's a delicate balance of trying to find the right people to fit in the right places, and then have those management companies help us. And my experience with the navigation center in the Coldstream neighborhood is that it's been one of the most challenging and rewarding processes to be involved in that. Really, really difficult conversations initially, but recently we've had great meetings. We had the taco truck meeting. For lack of a better term, we had a taco truck and it parked in the parking lot, and then everybody came to eat tacos. But it was a great opportunity to have us all meet there. And if you look at a graph, when we opened the navigation center, it started with a lot of community interface challenges, I'll call it. And then they've kind of come down, and Chief Renfro and the town have been great about putting extra resources into the neighborhood to meet the needs, talk to people. And then also our sheriff is joining forces to patrol in there once in a while. But those things are tapering down, and then with VOA's support, we've gotten it to a point where I think it's become part and parcel with the neighborhood, and we can all move forward together. But yeah, just a lot of appreciation on my part, and for the board support initially, because I think when this came forward, it was a pretty quick ask, and the board was right there with the support for the project. So yeah, thank you.
Great.
And I would just say on the permanent supportive housing, those individuals have a lease agreement just like the other 45 units in that development. And so if there's a violation of those lease terms, they could be evicted. Like you're saying.
Yeah. I was going to mention one more thing. The in VOA can describe this in better, more detail, but I think with this particular population, and I've spent a lot of time actually at the NAV Center meeting with the clients that are there, and I've always felt really kind of at home and welcome there, and they recognize and are incredibly appreciative of the support they're receiving. And Justin was describing this process where they bring phones in and let people get a cell phone so they can be connected to somewhere that can, somebody can make a phone call to them and they can get a job, and then they can maybe work through some of their justice issues. So it's kind of it builds on itself. And I'm happy that we're able to do the connecting points and wraparound services that we need to do, because without that, many of the local neighborhood folks were saying, a lot of these people would just camp, essentially camp in the woods, which is what results in forest fires and things like that. So having that connection point is so critical, I think, because we're transitioning people from a period in their life that they really need this heavy, intensive help, and getting them to the next spot where they can become a productive member of our community. So I'm really proud of what's going on over there. I'm proud of the people that are in that facility. It really renews my sense of hope and humanity when you walk in there and see somebody and they're there and saying thank you. We recognize what we have here, and it's very touching.
Eddie, any questions?
Yeah, this is really great news. The statistics are amazing. It just, I think, goes to show that the services were needed, and when we were able to put them together, people are showing up to use them. And it just follows all the years I've been on the board. The initial fear and concern and outrage sometimes generally just comes from not knowing. And so, this seems to be happening almost every time, except for that, when the outreach is done and the work is done, people's fears are often greater than what it looks like when you put people who just need some housing and some help in housing and give them help. Everyone calms down. And so it's really grateful to see that that's happening here. Happy for the eastern part of the county to finally have services like this, and hope we can keep them going.
Great. Sue, any comments? Questions?
No, just looking forward to the tour, actually, to see how this came together, because it really happened pretty quickly at the end, right? I think a lot of work came together with people coming together that really wanted to see this happen. And so I'm excited to see how it keeps continuing to grow. I love the statistics are good, especially the one housed person. So kudos. So every one person you house, that's a tremendous step forward in their future. So even though it sounds little, that's huge. Sometimes it takes many people before they get through that next step. And so kudos to the work that's getting done there. That one person someday is just going to look back and be so thankful. So love that work. So your group's new, so I hadn't met any of you yet. So really looking forward to having the tour with you all. So thanks. Thanks, Ryan.
Rob, any questions?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think you touched on it. The next steps, because when we approved this was like a 1-year thing, right? And I saw something about the community block grant potential, but what's the next kind of milestone as far as moving forward?
I may be going the wrong direction. Okay, so yeah, right now we're working with the team to sort of hone in on the budget. The project is under budget for this contract cycle, so there may be savings that can be rolled over to the next year. We're trying to identify what the costs are going to be if the navigation is deemed by the TFAC group to be a success, so that we can have that. And then September 9th, when we're meeting with the TFAC, we're going to be reviewing the data through the course of the project and having a structured conversation around whether the pilot has been a successful pilot. And then it's going to be for the consideration of the town and the hospital and the county, whether we want to continue participating and contributing, and hopefully whittling down that number as we identify new funding sources, potentially get CDBG to reduce the operating cost, leverage donations. So again, Cindy Basso's group and the fundraising and leveraging the assets of this community. So that's the next step, and that rough timeline up here. So, yeah.
All right. Well, again, thank you for the presentation. I think the question about having a property manager on site is a really important issue. You know, just seeing what's happened on the western side of the county with the permanent supportive housing project down there, not having a on-site manager, there's been some issues. Seems like they've gotten it worked out, but there was definitely a lot of growing pains there. So I think we are a step ahead with the Pacific Crest project because of having that full-time property manager. It will make law enforcement's job so much easier when you have a single point of contact for an apartment complex like that where there might potentially be issues. So I'm happy to see that is part of the contract. So yeah, good job. Looking forward to the tour in a little bit. So I will open this up for public comment if there's anybody who'd like to speak.
Coalition. Thank you, Ryan. The county, I know, has a lot more experience with solving the homeless situation on the west side of the county, so you're much more familiar with it than we on the east side are in terms of solutions. What has stood out for me is this concept of collaboration, how it's been implemented here, particularly on the Board of Supervisors. I want to thank the chair, Lisa Swarthout, for all of her help that she's provided us here on the east side. Supervisor Bullock, of course, has been deeply involved in resolving things and jumping in when the hardest issues come up, including meeting with the Coldstream residents when they were most anxious, and helping lower the temperature and helping with mutual education on what we can accomplish. And so the Coldstream residents have stepped up. They showed up for taco night along with the residents at the Navigation Center and started taking away the anonymity and the fear that's created by having strangers in the neighborhood. Turning those strangers into neighbors has been a wonderful thing. The town has really stepped up. I want to thank our town manager, Jen Calloway, and our police chief, Danny Renfro, who have really responded in a big way. Jen has really come up with some great ideas that help resolve issues. Our police chief has repeatedly dived in to issues, made sure that the area out there was being properly monitored by the police, keeping the temperature down, introducing people, making people feel more secure, and then they behave better. The hospital stood up with Alice Wong and Ted Owens in particular participating. We mentioned Fellowship of Compassion. That's Cindy Basso, Kathy Foley, and Teresa Johnson, who have really come in at important moments, like with extra financing, because we had a gap in the financing. And then who came up with taco night? Well, I think that was Fellowship of Compassion. And so what showed up? The Casa Baeza truck, and it was great food and a great time. And then on Trash Day, Truckee's Cleanup Day, who turned out? But the residents of the Navigation Center and the residents at Coldstream working together, picking up trash. And so that reinforces a sense of community. And now the Coldstream residents have set a new standard. They want their neighborhood to be awesome. It's not good enough to be like any other neighborhood in Truckee. They want to be awesome. And so we have a high bar, and yeah, that's a challenge beyond what we expected. And then Coldstream residents in particular, that's Ben Stewart, Julie, and Martina. And the Volunteers of America, Justin Jones is here. Before him was Travis Sandifer. Both of them have done a great job participating in this and keeping hold on things as well as interacting with community and making people feel better. Jasmine Bro of the county stepped up, and Ryan drove up here so many nights, so many occasions from the west side. They've really gone the extra mile for us. And that's what has made this thing a success so far. After nearly 5 months of a pilot, everything is looking much better than it did a year ago, and we're really hopeful we can continue this and really reduce and nearly eliminate homelessness here on the east side. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your collaboration with the town. The county appreciates it. Thank you. All right. Anybody else? Any callers?
No callers.
No? Okay. All right. We will close the public comment, and I would be looking for a motion to adopt the resolution in regard to the navigation center.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes. Thank you. All right. That concludes our meeting here in the chambers. We are going to all get into our cars and drive over to the navigation center. Oh, we have to. Okay. All right. All right. We're going to adjourn the meeting, and then we're going to come out and do a picture for you. So we'd love to have you guys come and be in the picture with us. I think it's these guys, the 4 people right there. Yeah. Yeah, we could do the navigation center.